Hopefully in a little bit, they'll let us, maybe get a little bit closer so we can find some more answers.
Brianna, thank you. We know you just got there. We want you to go and gather some more information. Be safe. We switch now to Action News reporter Brianna Smith, who's also made her way there to the scene. Brianna, for the folks who are just joining us, we want to remind them that we are covering this breaking news there in Northeast Philadelphia. A small plane has crashed. What are you learning? What are you hearing? What are you seeing where you are?
Well, Gray, I just spoke to police, and this is the latest information that they've given me. Again, this is preliminary information, so, this story is very much developing, but police say that it was a small plane, as you mentioned. 2 people were on the plane, and they were en route to Missouri for a medical assignment, and they said that the plane is pretty much destroyed after it crashed into those homes and into the cars, and they said right now they may have recovered one person who they believe may be the pilot because of the gear that the pilot was wearing. But this is what we know right now. As you know, this story is very much developing, but take a look at what we're seeing behind us. You can see that there is still some smoke billowing into the sky. You can see there are several police officers where we are standing right now. This is very much an active scene. If you look all the way down the street, you can see that there are so many ambulances, lights flashing. We have fire trucks, police officers trying to make sure that the scene is under control, figure out what happened here, collect evidence after, again, as we mentioned, this small plane crashed.
We know you have been in touch with law enforcement officials. You alluded to the fact that there were, well, actually we see someone being taken away in a stretcher. Not sure if this individual was, obviously they were in the area where this happened, but we're not sure exactly who that person is or what injuries they suffered. We did get reports that there were debris into buildings and also onto cars. So not sure if that individual was in the car, maybe on the street, or perhaps a building. You did talk about what we're hearing so far preliminarily. 2 people on that plane. And we know that one person, or at least one individual, presumed to be the pilot. Are police talking at all about any fatalities on the streets? We know that this is a heavily traveled area, well populated. Are we hearing anything about casualties or fatalities or injuries there on the street? We did see that one woman being hauled away in an ambulance.
Yes, we saw that one woman on the stretcher. Gray, we're working to learn more out here, but because this is a developing scene, police are trying to gather as much information as they can and then relay it to us. But we are in the staging area, so we're hoping to hear more from police as soon as possible. But right now, we know, as you mentioned, they recovered that one person who they believe may be the pilot because of the clothing and the gear that that person was wearing. We also heard that there are reports of several casualties, but again, we are working to learn more about who was injured, how many people, ages. We know, again, that there were 2 people on that plane, and police say that that plane was pretty much destroyed, unfortunately. So this is kind of what we're seeing right now. You can see we're pretty far back from where the scene is, but we're seeing smoke. We're seeing a lot of police officers out here, and I had a chance to interview someone who was in the car at the time, and he said he saw the explosion. He heard it. He said that it lit up the sky. It was like a bright light, and he was just shocked to see that. He ended up parking, getting out of his car, and started recording some video, and was just standing by. And him and several other people, a whole group is out and remains here on the street, just trying to see what happened. And he mentioned that, something like this is so sad, and he's praying for all those who are involved and hopes that everyone's okay. But the community is together during a time like this, and he's sad that it has to be during this moment. But he said it's just a scary sight to see, and that he hopes everyone's okay, Gray, and as do we.
Yeah, of course, the sentiments of this entire community as we are in shock and awe as we see the scenes there right in Northeast Philadelphia. And obviously we cannot help but to think about what just happened days ago in Washington near Reagan National Airport, where the American Airlines plane collided with that Black Hawk helicopter. And that incident, 67 people died. And of course, the investigation continues there. And as this all unfolds, the investigation not even started yet, as they have to answer so many many questions. As you said, we know this plane was on a medical assignment. Preliminarily, 2 people on board. It's presumed that the pilot may have been recovered there, but police telling Brianna that that plane has been destroyed. And folks are again looking at video of the scene there. As you can see, the flames and the smoke there coming from what happened a couple of hours ago. This small plane crashes right there near Cottman Avenue and the Roosevelt Boulevard. And on social media, people, of course, shocked about what they saw, what they heard there, and reports that debris went into buildings, landed on cars. Again, Brianna has spoken to law enforcement. Brianna, on the way there, describe what you saw, because we know this area is well traveled. We know there is high volume of traffic there. What was it like as you drove up to that scene there?
Yeah, Greg. Well, we ended up getting caught in a lot of traffic, as you could imagine, because there were so many police officers, first responders, trying to get to this scene to get everything under control. So as we were on our way here, we were still a few blocks back, and we could see all of the smoke billowing into the air. So we know that there was a lot of activity happening. And then as we got closer, we were able to park just a few blocks away, and that's where we started to see the huge group of people with their phones out, trying to figure out, what happened here. But also, they were here for some time, so they kind of saw more of it unfold, and just seeing the fire, the smoke, first responders rushing around, trying to save as many people as possible, put out those fires that had occurred because of the plane crashing. So getting over here was tough. I know that there were some roads blocked off. A little bit further down, it looks like police were able to open some roads, and they're in that area monitoring the situation, make sure that the traffic is flowing well. But as you can imagine, this scene near the fire is blocked off and is just really packed with police officers, first responders, firefighters, and EMS workers.
Yeah, we can imagine the flood of emergency personnel there. We are hearing that Governor Josh Shapiro saying that he is offering all Commonwealth resources as crews respond to the small private plane crash there in Northeast Philadelphia. We can also now confirm 2 people were on board this small aircraft as it was making its way to Missouri on a medical assignment. Again, this small plane crash happening just before 6 p.m. tonight, right there along Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. We're hearing that the plane has been totally demolished there. There is debris all over the street, debris into homes, buildings, and on top of cars there. Not too long ago, we saw one woman being hauled away in an ambulance. And again, we are working to get more information about exactly how many casualties happened there in this area. But again, this community in shock and disbelief tonight as that small plane comes down right there in Northeast Philadelphia. You can see emergency crews still there on the scene. Brianna, if you are still with me, we saw flames, we saw smoke. Any indication that maybe homes or buildings caught fire as a result of this plane going down there?
Yeah, Gray. Well, I'm working to learn more about those homes and possible vehicles that caught fire. We were hearing from earlier reports that that was the case, that there were some homes and vehicles on fire, and I just reached out to police again to learn more information about what happened here, the damage that came from this plane crash, how many people were impacted, affected, and so I'm waiting to hear back from them. If you take a look at the screen, you can see that the fire is still very much there, the flames raging, police working or firefighters working to put out those flames. You can see them in the video right now, right above the Cottman food. You can see firefighters putting the water on those flames.
Yes. Brianna, do we know if those flames are from the plane itself, or is it the building that's on fire?
Yeah, Gray, I wish I could tell you. What I'm seeing right now, I'm seeing this for the first time, so I don't know where those flames are originating from. But when I got on scene and was talking to some people, bystanders, they said that the plane crashed behind that billboard. So I'm assuming that that could have been but I really don't know where those flames are originating from. But this is the first time that I'm seeing them.
Yes, as we know, breaking news, and so it's a very fluid situation. But folks, you're seeing what we are seeing. We can tell you we see at least maybe 2 firefighters on the roof of what appears to be Cottman Foods. Firefighters battling the flames there. So it appears that maybe the building itself is on fire. We can see smoke coming from the top of that building there, and also we saw flames not too long ago. So as crews battle this situation, we continue to work to get you more information on exactly what transpired here. From what we're learning, that small aircraft went down just before 6 p.m. But we do know that Brianna Gallagher is also on the scene, and she's working to gather more information. We believe that we have her now. Brianna, I know you just arrived maybe 30 minutes ago. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? And what have you learned about this breaking news?
Yes, Gray, we're still working to get as much information as we can out to you guys and everyone at home that's watching. We're still very much near the corner of Cottman and the Boulevard. The presence here of first responders is incredible. It's an all hands on deck situation. You're taking a look at the smoke right now. Officials tell me that the crash happened just past this billboard. So the smoke is still billowing into the air. I'm also told that plane parts are being found way down Cottman Avenue at this time. Okay, we're getting pushed back.
Go over there for me, okay?
Okay, thank you, no problem.
You go over there for me, okay?
No worries. All right, sorry about that, Gray. We're getting pushed back a little bit further. This has been happening since we arrived here. They are, tightening their barrier and their perimeter, so we are getting pushed back. There's, as a safety precaution, so we're moving a little bit further back at this time. But we have a lot of crews responding to this as we continue to learn more details. We know that one body was recovered. Sources tell us they believe it's a pilot based off of the clothing that they found in this crash. But the response here is incredible. We also just saw the Salvation Army arrive here on scene. But if you take a look down there past the red lights, a very large crowd has formed. This is a lot of people that are just coming here to see what is going on, what happened. Try to avoid the area if you can, but a lot of people are congregating to this area. It took us quite a bit to get here because of the gridlock traffic situation surrounding this entire location. Crews are still arriving. We're hearing sirens nonstop. The response is far from over as we continue to learn more information and what happened here tonight. That smoke is still billowing into the sky. You can't see it right now, but we're focusing on all of those first responders who are talking in the middle of Cottman Avenue right now, and that crowd of people that's past them. Might be hard to see with the lights, but we did talk to some people. We spoke with one gentleman who was driving at the time when the plane crashed. He pulled over because he was so shaken up and didn't know exactly what he just heard and saw. Take a listen.
It was a small plane basically hit right over there, and it was just horrific. It was something, I was just driving down the street and coming out of Wendy's, and I just saw a plane basically just hit the buildings, and just an explosion happened, and I just seen the sky light up, and I pulled over, and basically it was just real bad around here.
How loud was it? Did it shake you?
I guess definitely would say it was like minor earthquake-ish. It was just real surprising. Definitely minor earthquake-ish.
And talk about, we've seen the videos. The fire was pretty explosive.
Oh yeah, yes, it lit up the whole sky. Literally lit up the whole sky like it was daytime out here. And it's literally, what time is it? 7:15.
Were you scared at all? Did you start running or take some steps back? Or did you stop in your tracks?
I was driving, so I was coming out of Wendy's.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a good 444. Shout out to Wendy's.
And then what did you see after the fact? Were a lot of people kind of in the street taking, a look at what happened?
We saw a fire. Yes, there was a lot of people in the street because there's still Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue. But it was definitely a real, it's horrific. It's definitely a once-in-a-lifetime situation. I hope everybody's safe at least.
Yes, praying for a lot of folks tonight. That man we talked to just a few moments ago, but he referenced how bright the sky got. Viewer video has been coming in, and again, it's nighttime. It was dark when that plane crashed, and the flames were so intense that it lit up the sky. You would think it was daytime. Once again, a lot of crews out here working to piece together information to learn more about what happened here tonight. Gray.
Yeah, Brianna, shocking to hear from the individual who saw this all happen, and something that resonated, he said, with me. I hope everyone is safe. We want to get to some new information that we're just getting into our newsroom. The FAA has put a ground stop in the Northeast Philadelphia Airport. So again, this coming from the FAA, a ground stop there at Northeast Philadelphia Airport, which is not too far from the scene here. We are also getting some preliminary information from the FAA about this breaking news. Here's what we're learning from the FAA. A Learjet 55 crashed, they say. It happened around 6:30 p.m. local time, and they say this all happened after that plane departed from the Northeast Philadelphia Airport. They're confirming now 2 people were on board this plane. The plane, we're told from the FAA, was en route to Springfield Branson National Airport. Of course, that is in Missouri. We do know the FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board will be investigating this. The National Transportation Safety Board will actually lead this investigation. And of course, as they get more information, they'll pass it on to their media outlets. But again, the FAA confirming that this involved a Lear 55 jet that crashed around 6:30 p.m. local time. Let's get you back now to Brianna Gallagher, who is there at the scene. Brianna, what are you seeing there now?
Yes, Gray, we're still at the intersection of Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue, where the police presence is immense. There are a lot of first responders here going in and out of their vehicles, meeting up to have conversations, working to talk about exactly, what they're learning minute by minute. New information's coming in. We haven't heard quite yet from officials just yet on scene, but I know an update is coming. We got a lot of first responders here. We're still hearing sirens, so you mean the response is still coming. And also that large group of people that we saw, we're seeing a lot of people still walking up, and they're probably walking because the traffic to get to this area, if you live nearby or you're trying to get home or just trying to pass through, it is an entire gridlock. We were, less than a half a mile away, and it took us 15 minutes just to get to the intersection of Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. But new information still coming out. We're still working to get more details. Gonna send it back to you, Gray.
Okay, Brianna, thank you. And again, if you are just joining into our breaking news coverage, the FAA reporting that a Learjet 55 crashed around 6:30 p.m. Right there along Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. We can confirm tonight 2 people were on that plane. There are reports of multiple casualties, also reports that debris went into buildings, on top of cars. And we saw earlier that at least we know a business in that area was on fire. And at this time, we have multiple crews on the scene. We have now we have learned that Leland Pender has arrived there at the scene. Leland, where are you at this point? What are you seeing and what are you hearing?
Yeah, hey, Greg, we're right outside Jefferson Health here, and we are monitoring the entrance to the emergency room here. If you look right behind me, I'll let my photographer Tom kind of zoom in for a second. You see the entrance is being blocked off by a Jefferson Health police officer. We've seen some cars turned away. Some have been let in. They must have an authorized or approved reason to be on the property. But otherwise, there's not a whole lot of coming and going right here. Just moments ago, we did see an ambulance. Right now, let me just take a second here. It looks like maybe a police vehicle might be trying to enter. Not 100% sure. There's so many moving parts right now and trying to get a handle on what's going on. But a short time ago, we did see an ambulance leave in a rush, followed by a Philadelphia police car. Both had lights and sirens activated. That was just moments ago, but right now it is relatively quiet here. We'll of course continue to monitor things. We have reached out to Jefferson Health to find out how many patients could be treated here, maybe when they arrive, possible conditions. This hospital approximately 20 or 25 minutes away from the scene of the crash, so certainly in relatively close proximity. But that's the latest for right now. Still trying to gather information. We'll bring it to you as soon as as we can. Gray?
Okay, Leland, thanks for that report there right outside the hospital. Again, we heard from individuals who saw the moments that plane went down. They spoke to our Action News reporter, Breonna Gallagher, who's there on the scene. That individual describing the scene as horrific. He said he was in disbelief. There was an explosion and the night sky lit up. He also said he's hoping that everyone is safe, but we do know there were multiple fatalities. An exact number, of course, not clear because this is developing. We want to get back to Action News reporter Brianna Smith, who's live there on the scene, working her sources, speaking with police about what exactly they're learning about this situation. Brianna.
Hey, Gary, yeah, we're trying to learn more from police, waiting to hear back from them, to hear about the injuries, the people who were impacted from this crash. And right now we're seeing still some of that smoke pouring into the sky. I went closer to the parking lot near the mall, and I saw 5 ambulances standing by in case anyone needs to be taken to the hospital. You can hear the sirens right now. You can tell this is a very busy and active scene as firefighters continue to put out the flames that we saw just about 15-20 minutes ago. But Gray, when I got to the scene, I spoke to a lot of people who were standing by to see what was going on here, and they sent me some videos because they were here earlier on. And so just taking a look at those videos, you can see how intense the flames are from that plane crash and just the debris scattered all over the street. And some of the video, you can see that the buildings nearby were impacted, some damaged from the crash. And if you look over in some of the video, you can see a house and a vehicle on fire. But it's just an incredible scene that unfolded here earlier this evening after that plane crashed on the road, and just seeing the flames. And again, as we said earlier, police say at least 2 people were on that plane. They believe they recovered at least 1 who they believe may be the pilot because of what the person was wearing, Gray.
Yeah, Brianna, have you talked to any more police officers to get maybe an idea about how many other injuries there have been in that area tonight? I know it's preliminary and I know it's a fluid situation, but have they gave you any indication of how many injuries they've seen or maybe heard about?
Yeah, unfortunately, Gray, not at this time, but we are working to learn more about the incident that happened here and those who were hurt or impacted from this plane crash. But as you can imagine, they're here hard at work trying to figure out how all of this happened, and then of course rush those people to safety who were hurt from this crash. So of course we're working to speak with officials here, but we're waiting to hear back at this time.
Okay, Brianna, thank you. And folks, as you watch this unfold with us, what you're seeing on your screen, apparently it's video, possibly the moments that this small aircraft came down there in Northeast Philadelphia. You saw that bolt of light go down to the ground, and then we see that mass explosion, a fireball there. People describing this as horrific. They are in disbelief that this, of course, happening in Northeast Philadelphia. Social media flooded with video as people, of course, live and work in this area, and coming outside to hear this explosion and to see a plane go down right in the neighborhood where they live. Again, we talked about how heavily traveled this area is. It happened just before 6:30 tonight. So you can imagine the traffic that was in this area. We also can confirm that at least 2 people were on that plane, and we are working to get you more information if we can about who exactly may have been injured in this particular situation. The FAA confirming the type of aircraft this was. They say it was a Learjet 55. We know that the individuals on that plane, they were on a medical mission. They were en route to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri. We know the FAA, the NTSB, are investigating this. Brianna, we see you there still on the screen. I don't know if you are getting more information from your contacts about possibly what's happening.
Actually, Gray, we're being asked to be pushed back a bit from the scene. Police still working hard here, gathering evidence, trying to figure out what happened. So I just wanted to come back here to say that we are moving back a bit, and we will talk to you. But yeah, just looking at this video, I mean, Gray, it's absolutely devastating to see what happened here in this neighborhood. And I mean, and after just all that happened with the other plane crash in the D.C. area. So to see that this is happening so close to home is absolutely devastating.
Yeah, Brianna, thank you for your reporting. Great job there. Let's get you live to Action News reporter Annie McCormick, who has made her way now to Northeast Philadelphia Airport. Annie, we know the FAA just put a ground stop there. Bring us up to speed on what you're learning.
Yeah, Gray, that ground stop now in effect specifically because of what happened, because of that plane crash. Like you said, we're just learning details about what type of plane. We know that this is a Learjet, that this was a service mission, rather. It is a medical jet, if you will. So what we're hearing now, though, is we're starting to learn that there were more people on board. I am now hearing from multiple sources that it's up to 6 people that were on that plane. Now, when you look at a number of those apps that they have, those flight tracker, there's a couple different types, you can actually see the plane when it took off and how short of a time that it was actually in the air. It looks like it maybe was only in the air for about 6 minutes. And, you know, when you're in the air, Cottman and the Boulevard is not too far away from where the Northeast Airport is. So at this point, I can tell you too, and some of the people we're talking to here, is that the conditions for flying seem foggy and rainy, even just before 6 p.m. It appears that this flight took off around 6:06 from Northeast Airport. I can tell you that Philadelphia police are here. Detectives right now are in the tower talking to air traffic controllers up there, trying to get all of those details. And there is a small police presence here. Of course, a number of the private airlines that are private airports here that take off right now. Right now, they have people that were waiting for flights that have gone home because of the ground stop as well. So at this point, it is quiet at Northeast Airport, eerily quiet. But again, we're still learning more about that information. When you talk about those medic jets, they could be for a variety of reasons. It could be because they're transporting something important, such as organs, if somebody needs a transplant, or it could be to actually transport a patient and taking that patient to get medical care that maybe they couldn't get in this area. And like you said, it appears that this plane was headed for Springfield, Missouri. Again, the nuts and bolts that we're getting at this point is that the flight took off at 6:06 here from Northeast Airport. It looks like it was only in the air for a matter of minutes before crashing around Cottman and the Boulevard, which of course is an incredibly busy area. You're seeing those images come in. There's so much at that intersection between the mall, between the Boulevard. There's just so much going on. It's probably one of the worst places in Philadelphia that a plane could crash because the amount of vehicles, the amount of traffic, and because of the amount of residential areas as well. So here at the airport, they're gathering information. Police are. Detectives, like we said, are in the tower right now. They're gathering more information about who exactly was on that flight. We're hoping to learn more information, but what I'm getting now is I'm hearing from multiple sources it was possibly up to 6 people that were on that flight, which makes this even more tragic, and even more tragic when you think if they were going somewhere to be treated medically as well. That just makes this all the more sad. So at this point, that's what we're seeing at Northeast Airport. Again, the ground stop still continues here, and at this point, employees inside aren't saying much, but they're still gathering information too and staying abreast to what the FAA is telling them right now.
Yeah, any great information, and also some new information from Annie McCormick there outside the Northeast Philadelphia Airport, hearing from her sources that possibly up to 6 people were on that plane there, that plane being described from the FAA as a Learjet 55 crashing about 6:30. Annie saying that the flight took off around 6:06. We want to go back to Action News reporter Leland Pender, who is outside one of the local hospitals. Leland, what are you hearing? Any new updates from where you are?
Well, I'll just tell you what I've been seeing, Gray. We did see a police vehicle enter the property here behind me that is still blocked off by another police vehicle. Lots of traffic. Not sure if it's people that work here or were here for other reasons. Lots of traffic coming out of the hospital, not as much going in the hospital. We haven't seen any more emergency vehicles at this time, and I'm still waiting and hoping to hear back from Jefferson Health about whether or not they've taken any patients from this plane crash, and if so, how many. Of course, we're here at Jefferson Jefferson Torresdale, just about 15-20 minutes away from the scene of that crash. And while people's status is unclear, the number of injuries, the types of injuries, we know that this plane crashed in a very heavily residential area, a very heavily area with businesses in it. So it's certainly possible that injuries and potentially fatalities could extend beyond those who were on the plane, and this hospital here is certainly in close proximity to that area, so we're hoping to learn if any of those people might be treated here. But of course, just devastation there at the scene. And let me step out the way. I apologize. I'll just show you what it looks like one more time here. Again, just one police officer monitoring the emergency room entrance here. And the way this hospital is built, the way it's set up, you can't really see onto the property very well. So it's very possible that ambulances and emergency crews may have arrived before we got here. We just don't know that. But again, I can tell you, because I saw it with my own eyes about 10 minutes ago maybe, we did see an ambulance rush out of the down the hill here and out onto this main road, followed by a police vehicle, possibly headed back to the scene. We don't know where they were going, but it certainly seems likely. But they were in a rush. Lights and sirens were activated. This is certainly going to be potentially a long night for some healthcare workers in our area, including here at Jefferson Health Torresdale. But as we get more information, and we'll continue to try and get that from officials who, of course, are very busy right now trying to navigate this and figure things out just like we are. But as they share info with us, we'll, of course, share it with you. But for now, live here outside Jefferson Torresdale, Leland Pender, Channel 6. Back to you.
Okay, Leland, thank you for your perspective and your reporting on what you're hearing and seeing. We can tell you that the Philadelphia Fire Department advising residents to avoid this area of Calvert and Vincent Streets there in that area. Bottom line, you don't need to be in this area right now. It is a very dangerous situation to be in this area. FAA, as you heard Andy McCormick say, issuing that ground stop at Northeast Philadelphia Airport because of the crash of this Learjet 55. We also know Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy saying that he is monitoring this crash here in Northeast Philadelphia. We can also tell you that the NTSB, FAA involved in this investigation. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro saying his team is communicating with local officials and first responders and will be offering all Commonwealth resources as they respond to this plane crash there in Northeast Philadelphia. We want to go back live to Action News reporter Brianna Smith, who is live there at the scene. Brianna, we know you continue to get pushed back from the scene, which is customary as police officers and those first responders do their investigation there. It seems you have someone with you. Tell us what you're hearing, what you're seeing, and who you're talking to.
Yeah, Gary, as you mentioned, we were pushed back so that police could do their job. But right now we have Azul with us, who was actually at the gym at the time of the crash. And he's here to tell us what he heard, what he saw, and just his reaction to the whole thing. So tell us what you saw.
I was at the gym. You know, today was a leg day. And you just hear everybody say, get down, get down, get down. When everybody say get down, we all get down. But I just see the plane is getting lower and lower and lower. It nipped the house. When it nipped the house, it hit a couple cars. Boom! And to the plaza, and to the Dunkin' Donuts, everywhere. I never seen nothing like that a day in my life. I have never seen nothing like that. You got dead bodies over there, cars burnt up as I showed you from the gym.
What was it like in the moment? What was going through your head?
And it looked like a movie. Like a movie, like, damn, is this really happening? Then you hearing everything blow up, boom. Then you seeing the cars that was just there, they just going up in flames. Like, I think it's an act of war.
Devastating, for sure.
Devastating.
And you saw, tell me, you took some videos. Tell me what you saw.
Yeah, I got some videos I can show you. So basically, like,
the cars and the houses.
The houses, if you look at the houses right now, the house is still on fire because when the plane was coming down, it chipped the house. And by the explosion being so vast, it exploded, and everything that was around it, it like caught like ricochets of it. If you look, if you can go over there right now. While I'm coming out the gym, you see cars that wasn't even close to the plane. It's caught fire. They're completely done. You can't see. I showed you the pictures. It's messed up, man.
And to see all
houses
this
on fire. They trying to put it out there. You see kids running out. It's not right, man. And I don't know if this was purposely done or not. But what I do know, man, you need answers.
people, and to see all of this activity, we're working to learn more about who was hurt, how many people, but just to know that this is happening so close to home in your community, your
I live right there.
To know that this is happening in your own backyard, I mean, how are you feeling right now?
To be honest, I don't think nobody's safe. I think everybody needs to protect themselves by any means possible. Like, what can we do? What can we do? If it's happening now, what can we do? Like, we had no control over that. Can't nobody expect that. You cannot see that coming. I'm doing legs, you know, I go to the gym to relieve stress, and you hear the boom, and you see everything, but you just see the plane getting lower and lower. Then yesterday it was a plane, it's like, damn, what's going on?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Tragic, for sure. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us, and I'm sorry that you had to see all of that happen right in front of your eyes. And Gray, as we mentioned, you know, we're seeing the aftermath, but there are a lot of people in this area. We mentioned that this is a very busy area. People are traveling through, going shopping, driving, and it happened this evening, you know, people going home, and so people saw this unfold, so I can't even imagine what it was like for them. But thank you to Azul for describing what he saw and how he felt in the moment.
Brianna, thanks for your reporting and great perspective from that individual there who witnessed all this. We want to bring in now Action News anchor Shari Williams, who is joining us here on our breaking news coverage.
As we were just listening to this eyewitness who took account of what he saw and heard tonight, you can actually feel the concern, hear the anxiety that people are having, and we know so much of it is ramped up right now because of what happened in the nation's capital with that jet, of course, colliding with the helicopter in the nation's capital, and now we have this small plane that has crashed here in the northeast section of Philadelphia. And so we're hearing that from those who are on the ground, being interviewed by our reporters who are fanned out, gathering information as best we can on this developing story. As I made my way into the studio, I did have an opportunity to speak with different commanders. One of the points that was made is that they are really trying to clear that area and allow the gas company to make sure that they can turn off any of the gas lines that are in that area. That is one of the concerns they are working against as they are on that scene with this explosion. They must take precautions and create a boundary to make sure that first responders are safe as they too try to get closer to the actual devastation.
So many people in shock and disbelief, and we heard the woman there as we watched this video of that explosion as that Learjet 55 crashes right there in northeast Philadelphia, exclaiming, "Oh my God. Oh my God." Let's get you back out now to Action News reporter Annie McCormick. She's outside northeast Philadelphia Airport, where that ground stop is now in effect, Annie, because of this plane crash.
Yeah, and Gray, that ground stop does continue. We were hearing from sources up here that there are up to 6 on board. However, the FAA, good news, the FAA is saying that they believe that 2 people were on board. But again, this is a medical jet. There was a medical flight of some sort. We've covered stories before about some of those medical flights. It could be a variety of reasons that it could be taking somebody to get medical attention that they can't get in one region to another. In this case, this plane was headed towards Springfield, Missouri. It's not clear what type of medical treatment or what their purpose was medically that they were going to do. But we've seen everything from those flights that are able to transplant organs quickly to somebody who's in need of, you know, a kidney or a heart, things of that nature. It could be that. They're saying now, with the FAA, according to the FAA, with 2 people on board, it's probably less likely that there was a patient that was on board. So we're still trying to figure out exactly who was on that flight and what their intentions were of why they were going to Springfield, Missouri. 6:30 is when the FAA is saying that the crash did occur. It looks like, according to a number of those apps that they have that track those flights, there's a variety of them, it looks like that the plane took off around 6:06, a little bit after 6, here from Northeast Airport. We do know police are here right now, Philadelphia police, and additionally detectives are in the tower right now trying to get all of those details from air traffic control at this point. It's quiet here though because of that ground stop, but as we learned sadly from the plane crash in Washington D.C. earlier this week, we were reminded of the things that the FAA and the NTSB will look into when there is a crash of a plane crash, including what were the weather conditions. Obviously, it's incredibly foggy and rainy tonight. In fact, I was at a story in Delaware earlier, and we drove up on 95, and the fog was so thick. And that was about 5:45. It was hard for us to see on 95 driving, so I'm not sure about how the flying conditions were when that flight took off, but I can't imagine it was significantly less foggy than where it was when we were driving up in Delaware. That's something that they will look at, something that they will factor in. So in regards to the details that they're gathering right now, obviously the first concern is dealing with the crash and the impact and the fires and everything that came, the catastrophe that came from this plane crashing, again, in probably one of the worst possible spots to crash in Philadelphia, with the Boulevard right there, how many lanes of traffic there are at this time in the evening at rush hour, and there's so much more there with the mall there, with the, there's just so much in that area. Cottman's such a busy road, and the Boulevard as well. So at this point, we did see a number of people that looked like they were actually about to fly out. They were sitting, it looked like they were waiting for a flight, and we started to see them leave. That's around the time of when that ground stop was put in place, and we know that a number of the employees here not able to talk to us about any of the details at all, but you can see them kind of standing watching the news coverage themselves. I mean, to see a plane crash when you work at an airport too, and you're in the aviation business, is also very, very disturbing, and especially after this week, seeing all the casualties of those 67 people in Washington, D.C., and now seeing this, it's something that really people in the aviation community, I can't even imagine what's going through their minds at this point. But here, in regards to what police activity is still going on at Northeast Airport, there are a couple officers that are still here. There's at least one cruiser stationed outside of Atlantic Aviation here. But this is a big swath of the area right now at Northeast Airport, so there's a lot of ground to cover, and we're only in one portion of it. So we do know that there's more police here, and specifically detectives as well, in that tower as we speak right now. And as for the type of plane, they're releasing the information about the size of it and the type of plane and where it was going, again, to Springfield, Missouri. And you also have to wonder too what the urgency was for this flight to get out. Again, because we don't know exactly what the medical mission was, if you will, for this flight. Again, in all the years we've done this, we've covered everything from the type of medic flights that are I forget the name of it, but it's the Angels, people who are pilots that donate and volunteer their time to take people or patients places. We're not saying that this is that. We don't know. I'm just giving you the possibilities of what type of medical jet that this could be. It could be anything from that. It could be anything from getting someone to see medical treatment somewhere else, and it could also possibly be to transport organs as well. So all in all, when you hear that it's also a medical jet on top of it, it makes it even more tragic. At this point, though, in regards to police activity here, they're obviously pulling all of their resources to be where they need to be for the fires, for all of the catastrophe that's happening at the Boulevard and Cottman as well. So still waiting to hear more from what they're gathering here, but like we said, detectives are in the tower as we speak.
Okay, Annie, thank you so much for your reporting from there. It is top of the hour, just after 8 p.m. here in Philadelphia. I'm Shari Williams alongside Gray Hall with Action News. We are in breaking news coverage right now as we are covering a small plane crash that has happened in the northeast section of the city. Our understanding is a Learjet 55 that was on a medical assignment crashed just about 90 minutes ago, just about 6:30. It was departing from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. The FAA telling us at this time they can confirm there were 2 people on board that Learjet when it crashed. It was en route, though, to Missouri. At this point, the NTSB is leading this investigation. As you can imagine, though, all of our emergency personnel in the city of Philadelphia is on the ground doing their best to respond to this crash. Yeah, we can see the devastation on the ground there in Northeast Philadelphia. So much shock and awe as we continue to follow this breaking news story. We want to bring in Action News reporter Brianna Gallagher, who was one of the first there on the scene. Brianna, we've been hearing from individuals who witnessed this happen. Tell us what you're seeing, what you're hearing so far tonight.
Yes, Gray, Shari, we are still near the intersection of Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue. Police have since pushed us further back since we first arrived here. We've been pushed back twice now, just more for as a safety precaution. But I'm joined with Mikey. He works at the gas station here, and he saw what took place. Mikey, can you describe what you heard and what you saw?
Yeah, so honestly, it was a big ball. I was standing right at the door, and it was a big ball of fire just flew into the sky, and the whole gas station started shaking. And like little debris and stuff was flying over there. So I tried to keep the door shut, not let customers out until the debris was gone, so nobody got hurt or anything. Once I seen the big ball of fire, I came outside, I walked straight down there, started seeing a bunch of like plane pieces, and like it just honestly like a human foot or something. It was in a shoe still just on the side of the street. And we seen the houses right here, they literally had caught on fire. The cops didn't even notice that at first. They was trying to attend to where the cars was. It looked like it might have been a little bit of traffic in the street. So when the plane crashed, it literally, every car was engulfed in flames, in a straight line. So when the cops came, we were trying to tell them, the house is on fire, the house is on fire. So then they finally got a fire truck to go attend to that. But, it's really tragic, and I just pray that everybody is safe, and, I pray for everybody's family, everybody that's involved, and it's sad, it really is.
I know we're all praying for anyone who may be involved, relatives, family, especially because we don't know the extent, the further damage of the casualtiness of this. Now, I know you said that you weren't necessarily in disbelief when this happened, but your adrenaline was pumping, that you took off to see if you could help anyone?
All I wanted to do was help. If there was anything I could have did to assist and help them out, that's all I wanted to do. So when I got over there, the adrenaline was rushing. Was no fear, you know what I mean? I just was trying to help in any possible way. I'm a Pennsylvania state agent, so I just wanted to see if I could assist and help out in any way possible. But, the cops, they did a really great job. They locked it down, tried to push everybody back because it seemed like everybody was going towards the fire, which, again, the fire, you could smell the jet fuel, and it was all black smoke around, so they was trying to push people back so that way they wasn't inhaling that, And, it's sad, it really is.
There were a lot of cars and vehicles, too. I mean, there's a lot of video that people have been sending in to us. A lot of vehicles also caught on fire.
Yeah, so actually, there was a lady, she was just in enough time. When I say just enough time, she just was able to get through, but she drove straight through. She pulled to the side of where the AutoZone is over there, and she got in the car, and she was like, what just happened? She was in shock. And I was like, I don't know. She had a big piece of metal that flew into the back of her car window, busted her car window.
Oh my gosh, you can only imagine. I mean, I'm sure every person that was driving along the boulevard at this time, traffic probably came to a stop. People were trying to figure out what's going on. Am I safe? What's happening?
Right, and that's another thing. The Roosevelt Boulevard is very busy, especially right here at Cottman. So when it happened, there was a lot of cars over there, So when I could see, it was literally a line of fire on every car. Every single car, it was just a line of fire. Everything was on fire. And then they said that another guy came into the gas station. He happened to be right there over at Assad's Hot Chicken. And he said that he saw the plane go right over top of the Dunkin' Donuts. Almost hit the Dunkin' Donuts. Just missed the Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah.
Did you see any other people exiting their vehicles or running or asking for help?
There was a lot of cars that had metal pieces that shattered their windows and stuff. People didn't know what was going on. None of us knew what happened, It just was a loud boom. You saw a crazy fire flame go up into the skies. So everybody was just kind of shocked, trying to figure out what happened. And then, people thought it was a tanker, could have hit over, a gas line could have blew. They didn't know what was going on. So everybody was trying to figure it out. But then you started seeing pieces of an airplane or a helicopter or something on the ground as you're walking straight down the boulevard. So
now, I know we also talked a little bit about the response efforts. How quickly did you see a response from police, fire, and blocking off the streets here?
Yeah, Philadelphia Police, the Philadelphia Fire Department did a heck of a job. They got there instantly. When I say instantly, I tilt my hat to them, seriously. I salute to them. They got there in a second. So, and by the time 3 fire trucks literally was flying down as the flames were still in the sky. So their response was quick.
And how are you feeling now that your adrenaline, has it calmed down a little bit, or are you still pumped up?
I'm just upset, you know, like this is tragic to happen in Philadelphia, you know what I mean? Like it's just, a plane just crashed and all them innocent people lost their lives and stuff. So for this to just happen again, it's just like, it's mind-boggling to me, seriously, it really is.
Yes, a lot of questions and answers that we still need to find out tonight as we hope to learn more from officials here. Gray, Shari.
Okay, Brianna, the sentiment just can't be lost on us. It is really impacting people differently because of what just recently happened at the nation's capital. People are very concerned about their safety, safety of others, as we see these images that are coming in and the devastation, the fires that are everywhere. Some of the video, Gray, I was just speaking with you about it. A couple of commanders sent me some video, and people who had no idea, of course, this was coming, were then impacted by the flames and the explosion that followed. Literally people who were caught on fire while they were caught off guard by this. There is some very disturbing video that is out there. We also know that several people had to be transported to the hospital with burns. We want to go now to Action News reporter Leland Pender, who's at Jefferson Hospital on the ground there. This seems to be for sure one of the hospitals where some of those who were burned or injured tonight, Leland, were transported.
Yeah, sure. This is absolutely tragic. As I've been out here listening to you all in between times and I've been on TV, I've seen some videos, as so many people probably have, and just the impact of that crash and the fireball that followed. You think about all the people, businesses, homes that were around, people maybe in their cars. This is just absolutely tragic. Right now, I'm here outside Jefferson Torresdale Hospital. Activity here has been sporadic. I can tell you, I have seen 3 ambulances, that is, excuse me, someone is behind me yelling. 3 ambulances come through here with their lights on. And then I've also seen some of those contracted ambulance services come through here as well with their lights off. So it's still unclear right now who is being treated here, how many people are being treated here. But I have gotten one report, this is unconfirmed at this time, but one report of a firefighter taken to Jefferson Einstein with trouble breathing. I'm still trying to verify that and confirm it, but I did receive that report. So that's something else we have to think about. There are so many people, regular civilians, citizens who are impacted by this, who may have been around when this happened, but there's also, as we all know, dozens upon dozens upon dozens of first responders, local police, firefighters, EMS, and certainly as they go in to try and help people and save lives, they are not immune to being hurt or somehow affected or injured themselves. So this is certainly still an ongoing, very active, developing situation. But again, at this time, again, I'll show you the scene. Activity here at Jefferson Torresdale is sporadic. The entry there to the ER still blocked off by a police officer. He is closely monitoring who is coming in and out of the hospital. Some people being turned away. Every time an ambulance has come in, they've certainly been allowed to get in quickly. But that is the latest for now. I'll continue to try and talk to someone with Jefferson and monitor the situation here. Back to you.
Okay, Leland, thank you so much for that reporting again, folks, as we continue to follow this breaking news coming from Northeast Philadelphia. So much shock and awe right in our backyard there as we watch different pieces of video coming in from social media. You can see how alarmed people were. Some people just going about their day. Shari, as you said, you saw people walking down the street. A plane comes down and one person, you said a commander or someone sent you, was actually on fire.
A person on fire.
We saw one man who was just, looks like he was leaving his home, saying goodbye maybe perhaps to his wife. And in the background, you saw that plane come down and then that ball of fire that erupted. He runs back into his home and you can hear his wife screaming, "Oh my God, oh my God." Again, this Lear Jet 55 crashing around 6:30. The FAA saying that it was on its way to a medical assignment in Springfield, Branson, Missouri. Heartbreaking story, shocking story, unbelievable situation in our own backyard right there in Northeast Philadelphia along Roosevelt Boulevard, Cottman Avenue, heavily traveled area.
Yeah, the thing that is so surprising is because we don't have to really go through this often. plane crashes are not common in the United States. And here we are now reporting on our second such plane of devastation in a matter of days. And this is just only heightening the concern and making people feel uncomfortable and just really in a place of disbelief.
Yeah, as we heard some witnesses saying, they saw bodies on the ground. They saw cars on fire. We know at one point we were talking to Brianna Smith, we saw a building on fire. Firefighters on top of that building attacking the flames there. We know there are multiple casualties tonight, and now becomes the big questions of how this happened, why did this happen, and investigators have a long way to go, of course, as this is all continuing to unfold.
Let's go now to Action News reporter Brianna Smith, who is near the scene of the crash, as close as we can get, because we're trying to, of course, do this safely and within the parameters that police are asking us to do the reporting. Brianna, you have an update?
Well, Shar, we are at Cottman and Roosevelt. Like you mentioned, we are pushed back, working to learn more from police. I did reach out to see when we possibly would be able to get an update, so I am waiting to hear back. But I'm still taking a look at this smoke that's coming from the building. We mentioned it about an hour or so ago. That was behind the Cottman food. Gray also mentioned it, where we saw the firefighters on top of the building. Still wondering where that smoke is coming from and why and how it started. I'm sure first responders working hard to get it all under control, but still just very much an active scene here, Shari and Gray. We did see a fire truck leave the scene, but just so many first responders, police officers, just trying to figure out what happened here, assess the area, assess the damage. We've been talking to people who were here when the explosion happened, when they saw the houses, the vehicles go on fire, and just describe what it's like here. And, you know, you just think about the people who are on the plane, the people who are on the ground, those who are impacted in the homes nearby. We spoke a lot about this just being a very busy area, especially happening during rush hour. So you just imagine the people who were impacted by this, and you know, we're working to learn more about those people, about the injuries, those who lost their lives, and you just can't help to think about these families tonight. But yeah, first responders here working hard, trying to make sure that everyone is safe and that things remain under control. But again, so many questions here, and waiting to hear from authorities to learn more about the crash tonight. Shari and Gray.
Yeah, Brianna, thanks for your reporting. Just an unbelievable night here in the city of Philadelphia. Some new information coming in from ABC News now. ABC News reporting that Jet Rescue Air Ambulance was operating that Learjet 55 that crashed here in Northeast Philadelphia. Again, we should tell you that Governor Josh Shapiro, of course, heavily aware of this situation. He's saying earlier tonight that his team is communicating with local officials and first responders, offering all Commonwealth resources as they respond to this small plane that went down there in Northeast Philadelphia around 6:30 p.m. We know it was en route to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri, and we saw Annie at Northeast Philadelphia Airport, where that ground stop is now in effect. So we know this is a plane that was on a medical mission, and she alluded to the fact that this is already heartbreaking and shocking enough, but to think that possibly there were patients on that plane en route to try to get some help, and then this happens. That plane goes down right there in Northeast Philadelphia. Again, at this point, we don't know what happened to make this plane go down, but we know it did go down right there, right here in our own backyard. We see debris strewn everywhere there on the streets. We heard from witnesses who said they saw bodies in the street. They saw cars and buildings and homes on fire. And we heard one guy crediting the response of our police and fire department, saying that they were there within a matter of minutes.
Let's now take a listen to a witness who was on the scene near this area when the plane went down.
It was a small plane basically hit right over there, and it was just like, it was just horrific. It was something, I was just driving down the street and coming out of Wendy's, and I just saw a plane basically just hit the buildings, and just an explosion happened, and I just seen the sky light up, and I pulled over, and basically it was just real bad around here.
How loud was it? Like, did it shake you?
I guess definitely would say it was like minor earthquake-ish. Like, it was just real surprising. definitely minor earthquake-ish.
And talk about, I mean, we've seen the videos. The fire was pretty explosive.
Oh, yeah, yes. Yes, it lit up the whole sky. Literally lit up the whole sky like it was daytime out here. And it's literally, what time is it? 7:15?
Were you scared at all? Did you like start running or take some steps back? Like, or did you stop in your tracks?
I was driving, so I was coming out of Wendy's.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a good 4 for 4. Shout out to Wendy's.
And then what did you see after the fact? Were a lot of people kind of in the street taking, you know, a look at what happened?
We saw a fire. Yes, there was a lot of people in the street because there's still Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue. But it was definitely a real, it's horrific. It's definitely a once-in-a-lifetime situation. I hope everybody's safe at least.
There you were just listening to a witness who described what he heard, what he saw, what he felt, describing this as a minor earthquake, saying that this explosion, when that plane went down, lit up the sky like it was daytime. He was shocked in disbelief, sad, and of course, in total shock about what happened right here in Northeast Philadelphia. Certainly something that we randomly see or probably never see on the streets there in Northeast Philadelphia. There have been planes that have gone down before, helicopters that have gone down before, and we've covered. But this situation here is something that we have not covered, something like this before here.
Well, so this Learjet 55 crashing just about 2 hours ago after departing from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. We are working to get more confirmation in regards to the number of people who were on board this jet. So far, we are hearing from officials that there were at least 2. We know there were at least 2 people on this Learjet 55 that was on a medical assignment making its way. It was hoping to make its way to an airport in Missouri. Let's go now to Action News reporter Annie McCormick, who is at that Northeast Philadelphia airport where the Learjet departed from. Annie, what can you tell us?
Yeah, and Shari, earlier I was reporting that there were up to 6 on the plane. I heard that from multiple sources. Then the FAA put out something saying 2. Sadly, we are hearing from even more sources that it is up to 6 people that were on that medical jet. We're hearing that there is at least a medic, a pilot, and possibly a patient. Of course, we're still working to get all of this absolutely confirmed from officials, but there are now an abundant amount of sources telling people. So reportedly 6 people on this medical jet that was headed to Springfield, Missouri. At this point, we know that the flight took off a little bit after 6 o'clock. It crashed at 6:30. There are actually people that are arriving here to Atlantic Aviation right now. I'm not 100% sure if this is where the jet took off from, but there is a lot of activity here, and this is where police are as well. So at this point, there is a ground stop here. Detectives are in the tower now still as we speak. And again, we don't know the reason for this flight. We were talking about how there's a variety of reasons that something could be a medical jet. Another thing I learned in talking to, I am by no means an aviation expert. However, in talking to some people just within the past half hour, it makes a little bit more sense as to how a jet like that could take off in conditions like this. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but Ricky Harris and I were driving up from Delaware just before 6, and it was so foggy we could barely see on 95 with the rain. But when you have certain jets have certain instruments that are capable of flying in different types of inclement weather. And so what I am told by some people in the aviation field is if this is a medical jet, that it could be one that falls into that category to have those special instruments. And even if you have inclement weather, you have the ability to fly over, say, maybe a commercial plane or something of that nature. So it is making a little bit of sense now. As to what the medical mission was, we don't know. We were talking before, we've covered multiple stories over the years of different people that either fly to transport organs, they fly to transport a patient that maybe can't get a specific type of medical care in one area. Sometimes in situations it's somebody who is donating their time to fly them. We don't think that that is this situation here because this is believed to be a private jet. We don't think this is one of those situations. So at this point, again, we're still still trying to figure out all that. But here at the airport now, what I'm also told is that they are checking on certain things. One of the things that somebody is out there right now testing the fuel, not to say that that could be the reason why this flight went down, but they're going to start looking at all of the possibilities as to what that could have been. But I'm told that they're checking the fuel right now, in part since it's been such a heavy downpour now for several hours, checking possibly to see if any water got into the fuel, anything of that nature. We don't know that for sure. This is normal procedure to check all of the possible things that could go wrong. And you know, when we're listening earlier this week in regards to the horrific plane crash that killed 67 people in Washington, we got a reminder of all of the things that federal investigators look into in these situations. So besides weather, there's going to be other things that has to do with the instruments on the plane, that has to do with fuel. Could this have been engine failure? And when you look at those flight all different names that basically do the same thing, where you can look and you can see where a flight takes off, what time they take off, where the flight is going. And when you look at the numerous flight apps and you see this plane, you see that it was barely in the sky. It wasn't even in the sky for that long, and it looks like it just went straight down before crashing at the Boulevard and Cottman. And again, probably the worst place in the city that it could crash, with the amount of traffic, the amount of people, the amount of commercial businesses and residential businesses all in that cluster. So those are all things that they're going to be looking at, investigators here. And again, that's also why they're talking to the tower right now to figure out exactly what the tower knew, what they saw, what they heard, if there was any transmissions between the tower and the pilots before. All of that is going to be broken down. And again, all of the types of things that when we've been watching the ongoing news coverage of what happened in Washington, even though this flight may have had significantly less people on it, they're all going to look at many of the same things to see how exactly this happened. It isn't because of weather that there's a ground stop, it's because of the plane crash. So we do know right now that that's why nothing is taking off here at Northeast Airport. But within just the past 20 minutes, I can say we've seen at least 4 or 5 people arrive here, running in with some sense of urgency. Whether they're investigators, we don't know. When it comes to the FAA and the NTSB, they have investigators that are stationed, in different areas of the country to respond. So, that could be people that are coming to respond to that to begin the investigation. So police still have a presence here, but obviously they want to put the majority of their resources to the catastrophe that they're seeing all around in the Northeast right now, from the multiple things that are happening. Besides the plane crash, besides the debris that's on the ground, you have the fires, then you're going to have to cut off gas lines and power. So you're going to need police not just to assist, but also to assist with the crowds, to assist with people that may have to be evacuated. So at this point, that's why there is a limited police presence here, even though there is a presence. So again, we also know that there are detectives as well. But we know that that plane, according to the flight tracker apps, that plane not only left a little bit after 6, it crashed at 6:30, but it was headed for Springfield, Missouri. Now, on these flights, if this is a flight that was a medic flight and it had up to 6 people on it, then that could also mean that there are potential to be either a doctor, a medic, a nurse, somebody from the healthcare profession on that flight. If you have a patient on a flight like this, they need to be monitored throughout the entire flight, and it's tricky. You're dealing with they're in a different situation. They're out of a hospital. So depending on the extent of care that patient might need, they're going to need somebody with them, a medical professional, and potentially too, maybe a family member as well. So learning more now, hearing again that this is for a medic flight and this is what went down is just, it's so sad and so tragic. And, we're still just working to find out a little bit more information about what exactly the mission of this flight.
Annie, thank you for your perspective and your great reporting there as we continue to take a look at some of these images of this plane that went down here in Northeast Philadelphia. We talked about the situation in Washington, D.C. Over the Potomac, where the American Airlines flight slammed, or the Black Hawk slammed into the American Airlines plane. We saw that go down, 67 people losing their lives. Yeah. But when you look at this video in our own backyard, it's a different situation, and it brings it closer to home, as we know there will be mass fatalities. We've seen the videos of people on fire walking down the street there in Northeast Philadelphia. And there's the explosion as that plane goes down. We know that people have lost their lives. What
we also realize about this is the magnitude of the scene. The scene itself is, because it's a populated area, the impact is different because there are people on the ground who were walking the street, who were getting on the bus, who were walking to their cars, who were coming out of their homes. It's so populated in this particular area that the scene itself that needs to be tended to, our first responders have quite the job right now. I'm actually just speaking with the commander in the fire department, and when they showed up, they described all the things on fire, where to start, where to go. Cars are on fire, houses were on fire, and they are still trying to secure this scene.
It is difficult to wrap our minds around this. We've heard people talk about that this scene is horrific. They are in disbelief. Someone described it as a mini earthquake when they heard that explosion.
Let's now go to Action News reporter Jessica Cartalia, who is working the story as best she can. Her location, Anna, but we do have Jessica Cartalia who's going to join us. She's right there near the scene as well. Jessica, what have you learned?
Hi, Shari. Yeah, we arrived at the scene and everything is cordoned off in this area. Joining me now is Jimmy Weiss. Jimmy, you saw this entire event unfold.
Pretty much. Some people sent me videos, but we were right here and we heard a loud explosion and then saw the aftermath of flames and smoke. Common sense dictated that I not get close to it, and then very quickly just a cavalry of police and first responders. God bless them for going into harm's way. And we heard that there was like a medical transport. It was a couple doctors transporting a patient to like Memphis or somewhere, something with an M, or I'm not exactly sure, but that there might have been 6 people on board. And then we think it may have broken apart above the mall, because there's plane parts in the mall parking lot, but then it hit like at Cottman and around Leonard Street.
So you were over in this area, of course, a busy time of night. People are here getting dinner. That's what you were doing?
Yeah, just walking around, figuring out where we might get something to eat.
In the immediate aftermath, how soon before police started to arrive and people started calling 911?
It seemed like within a minute. You could hear sirens approaching, and then it just swarmed. They were just an immediate response.
And Jimmy, in light of what just happened in Washington, D.C., what went through your mind immediately when you saw that plane go down?
Well, you don't want to think you don't want to think the worst things, but obviously it's very concerning to have 2 aviation disasters so close together when we haven't had one really in quite some time. So it's concerning for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're with your family, is that correct? What did you guys do as soon as you saw the police starting to move in?
We just kind of sat there with our jaw dropped. We started to inch a little closer, but then the police started cordoning everything off. So I didn't want to get too close because it just looked bad. And other people were running towards it, and too many cooks spoiled the broth, so I didn't need to be in the way.
Now, if somebody is just joining us and did not hear the beginning of our interview, people are saying that it sounded just like a bomb was going off. Is that what it felt like to you?
It felt like the ground shook, and you could hear it was a loud boom. It was startling, for sure.
Yeah. Did people start running toward the scene? My understanding is that people were running toward to try to get video as opposed to running away from this scene.
Yes. A lot of people did do that. I'm not that person, so I'm not taking videos. Like when I go to a concert, I want to hear the concert, not film the concert. So I just kind of stayed back, let everybody else take care of it, and let first responders, arrive and do their due diligence. I'm not looking for a second explosion. So once I hear one explosion, another one might come after it. So I have children, and they want me home tonight. And sadly, some people, won't have that luxury tonight. It's very sad.
Jimmy, people who are not from this area, can you describe what this area is typically like right around dinner time, and what kinds of people, how the traffic situation was? Because, of course, as this comes down, it leads to a major incident with fire after that explosion. And this is a very busy time of day.
This is a pretty busy area. It's Cottman and Bustleton. It's, the Roosevelt Mall's been here my entire life. People are getting something to eat, they're shopping, there's a lot of restaurants, there's a lot of commerce here, so it's typically pretty busy either way, even with the weather.
Jimmy, thank you. I really appreciate your time, and I'm glad that you're safe. And thank you for sharing that with us. Yeah, so we're going to continue to monitor the situation out here. We've talked with several people. I spoke with a gentleman who was working out at a gym right down the street here, and he says that the weights literally started to fly off the walls. The building was shaking so furiously. But Shari, we'll stay on the scene, and we'll bring you more as soon as we have it.
Jessica, thank you. We want to go to a live briefing right now where officials are giving an update. Let's listen in.
Okay, they're still preparing for it. They're still preparing for this update here. At least we know that they are hoping to come to give the public a preliminary update for what they know at this point. Let's go now to Christy Aletta, who's here in the studio with us. And the images that we are getting from our viewers, Christy, they are astonishing, devastating, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, and we've been playing this video for sure because this is one of the best ones that gives us a good vantage point of what actually happened. And we know that moments after this crash, residents and witnesses immediately began contacting our newsroom with videos and pictures of not just the aftermath, but also the impact. This is the ring cam video that we've been playing on repeat pretty much of the crash happening on Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue. You can see a couple that were leaving their home, and then suddenly a large bang, which was the moment the plane crashes to the ground, and suddenly a massive fireball lights up the sky just behind those row homes over there. And then I want to go to another video because this gives us a different vantage point of the crash, this time near the Raising Cane's on Cottman and Bradford Street. An Action News viewer says that he was in his car in the parking lot and witnessed the moment the plane went down. And then you see that large fireball in the distance pretty much burst into the sky. A large black plume of smoke billows over that parking lot, and then you can see residents began screaming in horror, kind of running to the scene, trying to see what happened and make sense of everything that's unfolding. And then this video from Cynthia M shows a closer perspective of the aftermath. A parking lot ablaze, and it appears from this point several cars possibly also on fire, debris of what appears to be parts of the plane and maybe some of the adjacent vehicles scattered all over the strip mall and also a neighborhood. You're actually getting to see just how close this is to where people live. And then this final video, again, of the aftermath, parts of what are presumably, again, the plane, possibly cars, anything it may have hit, scattered along the 6-lane highway of Roosevelt Boulevard. And then the sobering sound of sirens as first responders are now racing to the scene. And the video showing us just how close, again, this is happening to homes, the residential area, the business district. We've been hearing so much from the reporters that are on scene that this would have been a very busy time on a Friday evening, regardless of the weather, because this intersection, this neighborhood is so populated. People coming out of their homes, which are literally steps from the scene, standing in horror, trying to figure out what has happened. Certainly this is nowhere close to the magnitude of what unfolded in Washington just a couple days earlier, but certainly terrifying because this is happening on a busy highway, Roosevelt Boulevard, in a business district, and in a heavily populated neighborhood where, like we've been mentioning all evening, this just doesn't really happen, and now it's happening so close to home. Gray.
Yeah, Christy, seeing the images puts everything into perspective. This is our backyard. This is our home. We know the presser is about to start, so let's listen in to officials as they brief us on what happened today.
Start by thanking each of you for being here. I want to go through some basic facts about what we know for certain right now. An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cottman Avenue. This occurred shortly after 6 p.m. this evening. As of right now, we have no reports on the number of fatalities. So right now we're just asking for prayers for any and everyone who may have been affected. We do want to note that several dwellings and vehicles were impacted. So what are we asking you to do for us right now, Philadelphia? We're urging you to please stay away from the scene. If you see debris, call 911. Don't touch anything. This is still an active scene under investigation. I'm proud to note that all of our federal and state partners, they are either en route here or on the ground with us right now. We did see some neighbors who live in the surrounding community. Just stay in your home. Again, it's still an active scene and it's under investigation. This is only the first of many briefings, I'm sure, to come on this evening. And of course, when daylight comes, when we have more facts and information to share with you. But I do want to say a special thank you right now, again, to all of our federal and state partners and our amazing first responders right here in the city of Philadelphia. Our fire, our EMS, our police department, they have been here working vigorously to ensure that we get this perimeter and the surrounding area blocked off to ensure that we make public safety and health our #1 priority. So we don't have any further information to share at this time. I've spoken to our Governor Josh Shapiro. He is en route. I've spoken to our U.S. Senator John Fetterman, other federal officials, and everyone, all hands on deck. That's where we are right now. Thank you so very much, and we'll have more information to report in the near future.
Thank you, Mayor.
That is Mayor Sherelle Parker giving us our first update that we have officially received from city leadership since this Learjet 55 went down just after 6 o'clock tonight. So that's our first update. But what we're hearing is they are really in the process of doing their due diligence of still trying to confirm who has been impacted and where we are in regards to injuries and unfortunately possibly fatalities. But so now she's asking for prayers, urging people to stay away from the scene, just reiterating how active this scene is and that public health and the safety of everyone who is near this area and doing their best to work this scene is really the priority right now.
You can hear the emotion in the mayor's voice there as she briefed us on what she is now learning about this breaking situation as that plane went down a little after 6 there in Northeast Philadelphia. She's stressing that officials at this point are not sure about the number of fatalities. Again, they're asking for prayers or asking you to stay away from this area. She did confirm several buildings and cars were reportedly on fire. We also know that the FAA, the NTSB investigating this. She alluded to the fact that Governor Josh Shapiro on his way to the scene there. Federal and state partners are either there on the scene or they are en route. We can see looks like a worker with the FAA. I think that's a shot there of Northeast Philadelphia Airport where there has been a ground stop because of that plane that went down in Northeast Philadelphia. And as Christy Aletto was showing us the video of the aftermath of what looked like a bomb went off in Northeast Philadelphia, and there you see the fireball as that plane went down. And now begins the questioning, Shari, of what exactly happened. What caused this plane to go down? As we learned, it was on a medical mission going to Missouri. And now becomes what happened? Why did this happen?
And we see the different departments getting in position to begin to answer those questions as the official with the FAA is now on the scene at the Northeast Philadelphia Airport. We know the NTSB ultimately will take over the investigation and lead it. But this is really a phased situation. And I just got off the phone with one of the fire commanders, and what has to happen is it's the fire department who must first clear and calm this scene. That is mission #1, get the fires under control. The commander sharing with me that most of the fires are now extinguished. They do have some hot spots, but they feel good about the majority of what was burning is now under control. That this went up just to about a 3-alarm fire. Some 130 to 150 firefighters coming out to get the fires under control of the homes, the cars, and of course the scene of the actual crash involving the plane. So that is positive news that that first line of getting the scene under some relative control of what was burning now has been mostly now extinguished for those fires, because the next step will then be for the police to be able to go in, the NTSB to be able to go in, and the FAA to go in closer. But first, they have to secure that scene.
And we continue to watch these images coming in of this horrific and nightmarish situation there in Northeast Philadelphia. We have heard from witnesses throughout the night. We want to get you back now to Action News reporter Jessica Cartalia, who is on the ground there talking to witnesses. Jessica, what are you hearing? What are you seeing? Set the mood there for us there in Northeast Philadelphia.
Greg, it's really incredible. There's such an active scene here behind me, and people have so many questions. And what's interesting in covering a story in this time is people are sharing video nonstop. So some people were here at the scene, some people were working out nearby, a very busy evening here in this area, people running out to pick up dinner, and so many people saw this. Joining me now, David, you're from Ronhurst. You were at home and you felt this.
Yes, I felt the shockwave of the explosion all the way from my house, and I live like 5 minutes from Cottman, and it was just insane because after that I had a bunch of people call me, like my friends, telling me what was going on. So many videos were being sent, and just all over Instagram and TikTok, just videos of the plane crashing, graphic footage of, I've seen body parts scattered all over the explosion, and it was just very graphic.
And that's a big challenge for us as well, because we're seeing this video as well, but it's very difficult to see at home. As soon as you arrived here on the scene, what did you see as far as the officers arriving and emergency personnel?
What I've seen is mostly, when I was arriving here, is smoke. Just smoke everywhere. People all around here. This is honestly the most busiest I've seen Cottman, like with cops and just people in general.
Okay. You said your sister lives nearby, or one of your friends had witnessed it, and
Yes.
What did they tell you?
They just told me that he was on his way to the gym, and he just witnessed the explosion, and he was like very shocked and surprised.
Yeah. You have seen this video circulating. What have you found to be most concerning? You know, we've been talking and covering extensively this crash in Washington, D.C. Any fear go through your head when you first saw these videos?
When I first saw these videos, I was mostly shocked and fear. I'm not really scared of this, but it will go through people's heads to be more cautious and to be careful out here.
Okay, absolutely. And what are you doing now? You're just here for the scene?
Yes, I'm just here looking at this, and it's honestly one of the most probably traumatic experiences of Philly.
Yeah, I think people are just really drawn to this because they've never seen something of this magnitude in this area.
Nothing is, I've lived here for almost like all my life, and nothing like this has ever happened before.
Yeah. David, thank you so much for talking with us. I really appreciate it, and thank you for sharing the video with us as well. And again, Shari and Gray, there's quite a bit of video to comb through, and unfortunately some of it is extremely graphic and very difficult to watch. So we'll get that video to you as soon as possible, but we'll stay on the scene. We've talked to so many people who were in this area. They said they come here, it's a typical Friday night, they're picking up dinner. Some are at the LA Fitness, which is right across the street. There's also a nail salon here behind me. Hundreds of police troops, of units here at the scene as well, and you can still hear the fire trucks and ambulances behind me. Shari, you had mentioned that the fires appear to be out. It's now dark, so it's really difficult to see any of that smoke, but as we were pulling in, you saw some of that smoke billowing, and the video from the aftermath as soon as that plane crashed is really phenomenal. There's no other word to describe it. It's just really, really difficult to look at. So we'll continue to gather the news out here and send it back your way.
Yeah, you're so right about the images that we're not showing and that you can find on social media, and just really showing just how intense this situation is and the number of people impacted. Jessica, thanks for your reporting from there and the interview of what the witness shared as well.
And as we continue to report on this breaking news, we want to kind of put this in perspective in terms of the distance from the Northeast Philadelphia airport to where this plane went down. It is less than 4 miles. So that tells you this plane was not in the air very long. Now begins the work of investigators, as Shari mentioned, put out the fires first. The NTSB, FAA will come to the scene and they will collect those black boxes, which will hopefully give them some insight about what exactly transpired here. We know tonight that the aircraft that went down is a Learjet 55 that's going down just after 6 p.m. right there in Northeast Philadelphia along Cottman Avenue. You heard the mayor talking not too long ago saying at this point we do not know the number of fatalities, but we do know people have lost their lives tonight. This is happening in our community. Mothers, fathers, sons, daughters impacted by this.
Let's go now to Action News reporter Annie McCormick, who is at the Northeast Philadelphia airport. These are the images coming from there as more federal officials are arriving who will be a part of getting to the bottom of what happened and what went wrong. Annie, can you hear us?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm standing right next to the camera. We want to focus on the video you're seeing right there. You see a gentleman with an FAA windbreaker. I've seen a number of these people within the past half hour, 40 minutes, beginning to arrive with definitely a sense of urgency. So you have members of the FAA that are meeting here. Of course, the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, that is an independent federal agency that is tasked with, among other transportation investigations. They also investigate anything with civil aviation as well. And so they will be tasked with this. So at this point, right now, they're finding out the basics, the nuts and bolts. They're talking to the tower. They're checking the last transmissions, the last communication that the tower had with the pilot prior to this. They're looking at everything. So you can see it looks like there may have just been a meeting inside Atlantic Aviation within the past 40 minutes. I have learned a little bit more information. I don't have it confirmed that they took off from Atlantic Aviation. I have learned that the plane did take off from runway 24 here at Northeast Airport. It was a little bit after 6 when it took off. 6:30 is when the plane crashed. And Gray, I just heard you talking about, just the distance, just about 4 miles. And, in the air, that's a much shorter distance as well. So when I see the investigators responding here, we saw them loading up that truck right there. It looked like with, just the materials that they need in regards to their investigation. Not clear if they are going to the crash site now or if they already have other investigators there, and these investigators are tasked with finding out the information that they need from Northeast Airport. We do know now the Secretary of Transportation, new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, saying that there were believed to be 6 people on board. Like we said earlier, we do know that this private jet was on a medical mission, if you will. It is a game changer knowing that there are more people on that plane than initially what the FAA said, which was just 2. If it was just 2 people on a plane in a medical jet, it was likely that they were either bringing organs for a transplant or something of that nature. However, if they're up to 6 on a jet, that means that they were likely transporting a patient. What we are hearing from sources is that it is believed that there were potentially 2 pilots, a patient, and then also people that were in the healthcare profession, whether they were medics, doctors, or nurses. We do not know at this time. But in those medical flights, when you have a jet, a medical jet that is flying, if you have a patient on board and you're taking them out of their, a hospital setting, or if they are receiving care on some level, and then you're putting them up in a plane, there's a lot of variables there. So you need constant medical attention when you're being transported. We do know that the flight was headed to Springfield, Missouri. So again, we're still trying to learn exactly what the mission was and why they were going there. So again, you can see a number of people now walking out of Atlantic Aviation. Like we said, at this point, we think it's only likely investigators, and police have remained here since we arrived. We've seen police here. And again, earlier, the FAA did initiate a ground stop here, and we are told that that is specifically because of the plane crash. I say that, it seems obvious. However, the weather conditions tonight aren't great. I was telling Shari, you and Gray, I was telling you earlier that Ricky Harris and I, photographer Ricky Harris, we were driving back from Delaware. I'm going to walk in front of the camera now that everybody's inside. We were walking, or driving rather, from Delaware, and it was so foggy, probably because of it's a little bit warmer than it was at least 2 weeks ago, and because of that, it was incredibly foggy, hard to see when you're driving. But I've been told, and I preface this with, I am not an aviation expert. However, in talking to some people in the aviation community within the past hour, it was explained to me that there are specific types of jets that have special instruments that make it so that they're able to fly in conditions like this. And there's a wide spectrum of that. For example, you see, Coast Guard flying overhead in some crazy storm rescuing people. Obviously, they have special instruments. So it was explained to me that there is a wide spectrum. And so this medical jet could fall under that spectrum, but it does have the type of instruments that maybe a commercial flight may not have. So when we were initially questioning the weather conditions and whether or not a flight could go up, of course, that's one of several things that they are going to look at, that they're looking at right now in this investigation. What was the weather like? They're going to check the conditions of the plane. They're going to talk about the last communication that they had. They're going to talk about the fuel. They're going to check to see if this was potentially engine failure. And one person that I was talking to within the aviation community, they said, when you look at the flight tracker apps, and I'm not saying a specific one, like a name brand, I just mean that there's a wide variety of them, and I looked at a few, you can see that when this plane went up and was only up very, very briefly, and how quickly it just came down, it had some people wondering if that was a sign of potential engine failure. Again, something that investigators will look into. In regards to federal investigators, when we've done these stories in the past, sadly, we've covered multiple helicopter crashes or plane crashes or things of that nature. When they come out here, they're going to be looking at pretty much everything. Now, these investigators are stationed in different areas of the country, different regions rather, of the country. I remember in a the recent couple of years when there was a crash that we covered, some of them came up from Virginia, and they basically take over and they're going to start looking at everything, and they're going to, when they get the plane, actually get all of it, all the debris and everything, which will take time. They likely then will take every piece of that plane that they can get, bring it to a facility, and then they're going to lay it out and essentially reconstruct it and then piece it apart. That's how it's been explained to me in previous crashes that I have covered by federal agents that do investigate things of this nature. But again, it's the NTSB that will be, the independent federal agency that will be tasked with that. FAA also involved here as well. We do know that detectives, Philadelphia police detectives initially were in the tower, likely maybe somebody with the federal government with them as well. We don't know. So again, gathering as much information as we can. I will tell you that at this point, we haven't seen anything of the nature that looked like family members. When I went into Atlantic Aviation, when we initially got here, it looked like there were some people that were waiting for later flights that then were told about the ground stop, and then they left. So at this point, we're not seeing any of that. But like we said, the Secretary of Transportation, who now is dealing with 2 plane crashes on this first week on the job, he's saying that 6 people on board this flight. So we're still learning to find out who exactly they were and what role they were playing in this medical mission that they were on.
Great reporting, Annie McCormick. Thank you for that. We should mention that Governor Josh Shapiro now on his way to this scene here. We were told he should arrive in about 15 minutes or so. Also, about 8:30, we heard from Mayor Sherelle Parker of the city of Philadelphia saying at this point, we don't have an exact number of fatalities. We do know indeed there are fatalities. We've seen videos of people on fire, cars on fire, buildings on fire. The mayor saying at this point, what we need is the people to stay away from that scene, and also she's asking for prayers.
As we begin to approach the top of the hour, almost 9 o'clock here in the city of Philadelphia, I'm Shari Williams alongside Gray Hall. You're watching Action News. We're in continuous breaking coverage as we are covering a plane crash that happened just after 6 o'clock in the northeast section of the city. So far, we know that a Learjet 55 crashed just around 6:30, just before that time, after it departed from Atlantic Aviation, which is the airport in northeast Philadelphia there at the airport. We are learning from the Transportation Secretary. Their reporting is 6 people were on board this Learjet 55. Initial reporting said that there were at least 2 people on board. The Transportation Secretary with the update saying that there are reportedly 6 people on board. So far, we have not been able to get any confirmation as for injuries or fatalities. No one ready to assess that, because at this point they also haven't been able to get probably all the way up to the crash site. This plane was en route to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri. It was on a medical assignment. So this is a medical assignment that this Learjet 55 was being used for. As we take a look at the distance and the route that this plane tonight was planning to take, leaving northeast Philadelphia, heading into Missouri. We also know, as speaking with the fire department so far, I had an opportunity to speak with one of the commanders, and that they say at this point most of the fires have been extinguished. But boy, when you look at what happened right when this unfolded, it was quite the plume of smoke, the ball of fire also coming with it, and it really got everyone's attention in the city.
Yeah, we talked to eyewitnesses there on the scene. They described this as horrific, and you can just see from the video, it is a devastating situation there. And again, to put this in perspective, you saw Annie there at the airport. This just about 4 miles away from the airport. So again, that plane was in the air, went down relatively quickly. We're hearing again that 6 people were on board this aircraft, and we know more than likely there will be fatalities on the ground there. We want to go back now to Action News reporter Leland Pender, who's outside of Jefferson Torresdale Hospital with more on what he's hearing and learning. Leland, bring us up to speed.
Yeah, hey, Gray and Shari. We have received official word now from Jefferson Health. They are requesting all inquiries or information come through the mayor's press office. So there's already an effort to kind of coordinate how information is flowing through as few channels as possible, if not a singular channel. And of course, we just heard from the mayor in that press conference a short time ago. No update, no information right now on the number of fatalities or injuries, but I do continue to try and talk to sources gathering information. A short time ago, I was told a firefighter was having trouble breathing, taken to Jefferson Einstein, and now I'm learning that it's possible a 10-year-old child, a young child, brought here to Jefferson Torresdale, that's where I am, by the way, in pretty bad shape. Don't know if that means burns, don't know if that means some other kind of physical injury, but I am being told a child is among the injured being treated here at Jefferson Torresdale. You have to again think about, you know, this crash and the debris field and how much of that area of northeast Philadelphia was impacted. So I almost shudder to think, once officials get a handle, a better handle on the situation and all those affected, the kind of numbers we may hear. But for now, that is the latest here outside the hospital. Leland Pender, Channel 6 Action News.
Okay, Leland, thank you. Forgive us. Anna, are you referring to
the individuals, I believe, that were on that aircraft?
And who is confirming this?
As we try to confirm some information, what you're looking at right here is some ring cam video as that plane goes down there in northeast Philadelphia. Again, this is an everyday community in northeast Philadelphia, people going about their everyday lives, when all of a sudden that happens. What you see right there in the screen, that fireball, is that Lear 55 aircraft that went down just after 6 p.m. in northeast Philadelphia, and then you see there the aftermath. What looks like a bomb went off. We know that debris into buildings, cars on fire, and sadly, not to be too graphic here, we saw people actually on fire as they walk the streets there. We know that this area heavily traveled there. We know this, again, this plane went down around a little after 6 there in northeast Philadelphia along Cottman and Roosevelt Boulevard there. And this not far from the Northeast Philadelphia airport, which is now, of course, under that ground stop. We know the governor on his way to the scene there. And as Shari alluded to, the first matter of business was to put the fires out. We know that cars were on fire. We know homes were on fire. We know buildings were on fire. And again, we know that at least 6 people were on board that medical aircraft that was en route to Missouri. And we heard people screaming. We heard people in shock and disbelief, and individuals describing the situation as a mini earthquake. So much devastation right here in Northeast Philadelphia. Of course, our hearts go out to the first responders and the families impacted by the situation tonight.
We do have an update in regards to some confirmation as far as the people who were on board. ABC News is confirming that there were 6 people aboard this Learjet 55 when it crashed. We're told there were 4 crew members, a pediatric patient, and 1 person who was helping escort the crew and this patient. So that's 6 people, according to ABC News, which is getting updates from the owner and company operating this Learjet 55. 4 crew members, 1 pediatric patient, and 1 escort. So yes, a child was on board. We do know that this Learjet 55 was on a medical assignment. So this all lining up with the information that now there was 1 pediatric patient, 1 escort, and 4 crew members aboard this Learjet 55, which took off from the Atlantic Aviation Airport there in Northeast Philadelphia.
We want to go live now to Action News. Is Christy Aletto. She is live for us in our satellite center. About 8:30 tonight, we heard from Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker. Christy has reviewed that sound and has more now from the mayor.
Yeah, and if you remember what she said, she was asking residents to steer clear of that neighborhood as first responders and, of course, investigators tried to process the scene and try to piece together what went wrong and also try to piece together who was impacted. Obviously, we have just learned, as you guys have said that ABC News has confirmed that 6 people were on board, but then also who else may have been impacted by the ground. Take a listen to what she had to say.
Let me start by thanking each of you for being here. I want to go through some basic facts about what we know for certain right now. An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cottman Avenue. This occurred shortly after 6 p.m. this evening. As of right now, we have no reports on the number of fatalities. So right now we're just asking for prayers for any and everyone who may have been affected. We do want to note that several dwellings and vehicles were impacted. So what are we asking you to do for us right now, Philadelphia? We're urging you to please stay away from the scene. If you see debris, call 911. Don't touch anything. This is still an active scene under investigation. I'm proud to note that all of our federal and state partners, they are either en route here or on the ground with us right now. We did see some neighbors who live in the surrounding community. Just stay in your home. Again, it's still an active scene and it's under investigation. This is only the first of many briefings, I'm sure, to come on this evening. And of course, when daylight comes, when we have more facts and information to share with you. But I do want to say a special thank you right now, again, to all of our federal and state partners and our amazing first responders right here in the city of Philadelphia. Our fire, our EMS, our police department, they have been here working vigorously to ensure that we get this perimeter and the surrounding area blocked off to ensure that we make public safety and health our #1 priority. So we don't have any further information to share at this time. I've spoken to our Governor Josh Shapiro. He is en route. I've spoken to our U.S. Senator John Fetterman, other federal officials, and everyone, all hands on deck. That's where we are right now. Thank you so very much, and we'll have more information to report in the near future.
An all hands on deck approach there, and you could really hear the emotion in her voice as she was talking, but we're slowly starting to piece together who and how many people may have been impacted by this. Of course, as you guys have been saying, and we just learned, the FAA telling ABC News that 6 people were on board of that chopper, but then at the same time, the mayor saying that cars were impacted, homes were impacted. We don't know the number of how many people were in those homes when that plane crashed, or who was in those cars, how many people were in those vehicles when all of this happened. And obviously those witnesses saying that at some point they saw body parts on the Roosevelt Boulevard, they saw people on fire. And so we're still trying to piece together just how many people may have been impacted this, aside from those who were on that chopper. Gray and Shari.
Okay, Christy, thank you for your reporting in regards to what the mayor of the city of Philadelphia had to say. Let's go now to Action News reporter Jessica Cartalia, who's near the scene and continues to speak with witnesses. Cartalia, who do you have with you?
Yeah, Shari, this is Ricky, and we'll get to Ricky in just a second, but I want to touch on something that Christy just said. She mentioned that as people were driving, they saw debris coming down. We're hearing the same thing from witnesses who are saying they were driving and they could literally hear parts of the plane hitting the roofs of their car and literally being lodged into the car. So we're going to hear, more of this, obviously, as this investigation unfolds. But Ricky, you're joining me now. You were at home when this happened, but you were trying to get a hold of your cousin. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So what happened?
He works at the Chipotle, which is right there near the Strip. It's right next to the Popeyes. I knew immediately that once I heard the news that the plane had crashed, I needed to check on him because he works there pretty much almost every day. And when I was calling, I wasn't getting a response, and so I was just taking action. I said, let me just drive there, because if something happened, I want to be the first one to know. So when I got here, by the time I got here, I already heard the news that when the plane crashed, the restaurant itself was shaking itself, and then everyone saw the flames, and the staff and everything like that, and the customers all left, and he was able to make it home. And then by the time when I got here, when he called me, that's when I finally got my first response that he was safe. And then when I got here, I was just in complete shock.
Yeah, what was that call like when you heard his voice?
He was pretty much shaking because he's never experienced something like that before. He was just working, cutting up food in the back, and then after that, he just didn't know what to do. There's no strategy for something like that. You're not prepared for something like that in this world. So he was just very, very shaken.
Describe for me the scene when you pulled up. You saw the smoke as the plane had gone down.
It's like, as much as I'm a person that's always a person that wants to help someone, so I'm like, I wish there was something I can do, but also, I have, trust in, police and firefighters and ambulance to do the best thing they can. And I just wanted to know how can something like this happen and what's going on, and I was just very shaken.
Yeah. Have you heard what happened, and what is your response to the scene afterward and hearing that a child may have been involved?
No parent should, experience something like that, losing their child, and you don't know what to go to. You can't tell them everything's gonna be better. It's kind of like you can only see it, and you're just like, you can only wish for the best, but there's not any proper words for the scenario. You
and I were talking off camera about Northeast Airport and what the traffic is like there, and you said you routinely see planes coming in and out of that airport.
Correct. So, especially there's a bank, post office. I used to drive around there all the time, and I'm always seeing helicopters, sometimes police helicopters flying in and out. So we've always seen air traffic control coming out. So you never know if. You never think a scenario like this happened. I'm thinking everything was under control. None of this would never happen in my lifetime. I've been here since 2004, so I live in Northeast since 2004. None of this has ever happened before.
Sure. In light of what just happened in Washington, D.C., what were your thoughts when you heard that this was a plane?
Twice in a row. That's unheard of. We never had a story like that before in our lives. So I think steps should be taken to prevent something like this, and nobody else should experience something like that in our lives, honestly.
Ricky, thank you so much for talking. I'm so glad that your cousin's doing okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. And we are going to continue to monitor this scene. We are hearing that some people are being taken to a nearby shelter, so we're going to look into that. And Shari and Gray, we'll get back to you with more as soon as we have it.
Okay, Jessica, thanks for your reporting and for the interview there. It just really hits home with the sentiments that so many of us are feeling, knowing that we are already feeling the devastation and heartbreak from that major jetliner and Black Hawk colliding in Washington, D.C. That already has the entire nation worried, concerned, and feeling down, worried about those families who've been impacted. And now just 2 days barely later, we are covering another crash, which we unfortunately are waiting to hear the condition of those who were on board. And so right now it's Philadelphia that is in the center of the nation, getting so much concern. As I'm sitting here on the desk, my phone is going off with people from Texas, from Georgia, from Tennessee, from Alabama, asking, are you okay? And we know it's because there's so much heightened concern because of the previous plane crash that happened where so many souls were lost. No one wants to see this happen again, and it's not a normal occurrence. This is not normal news in the United States, dealing with 2 plane crashes in such a short amount of time to this extent. It now has Philadelphia at the center of the attention shortly after what happened in Washington, D.C.
And as we continue to watch the devastating images that continue to come into our newsroom, you can see the flames there. We know buildings, homes, cars on fire, people on fire. And we're getting some new information, this coming in from Jet Rescue Air Ambulance, who operated that Lear 55. They are confirming those 6 individuals who were on the flight, 4 crew members, 2 passengers, and a pediatric patient and an escort on board. At this point, they couldn't give any more information. They say at this time they could not confirm any survivors. No names being released at this time until family members have been notified. They go on to say that our immediate concern is for the patient's family, our personnel, their families, and other victims that may have been hurt here on the ground. We heard the mayor saying at this point, we just don't have an idea of how many fatalities, but unfortunately there will be more fatalities there in Northeast Philadelphia.
So many people we also know had to be transported immediately because of burns, because of flying debris. It'll take a while for officials to be able to really check in with all of the hospitals in the region to really get a real sense of how many people have been hurt by this. Everyone, of course, just caught off guard by this devastating news. We want to go now to Action News reporter Annie McCormick, who is at the airport in Northeast Philadelphia there at Atlantic Aviation. And our understanding, Annie, is this is where this Learjet took off from tonight in Northeast Philadelphia in hopes of making its way on its medical assignment to Missouri.
Shari, that's right. And that Jet Rescue Air Ambulance releasing that statement and clarifying what time the crash did occur. They're saying that that was at 6:25. And I'm told, or just by checking the flight tracker, that the flight took off here around 6:06. So giving us a little bit of an idea of how short of a brief amount of time that jet was actually in the air. Now, in looking at their statement as well, and they're confirming that there were 6 people on board, they do say 4 crew members and a patient and also an escort, and that is making sense from what I'm hearing from my sources, is that it was 2 pilots, 2 medics or healthcare professionals, meaning it could be a nurse, it could be a medic, it could be a doctor, we don't know. But in a plane like this, that would make sense because they would likely employ the nurse, doctor, or medic that would go with the patient. So they're likely employees of this company. And again, heartbreaking to hear too that a pediatric patient was the patient that was being transported to Springfield, Missouri. I'm also told that with the escort was a family member of that pediatric patient. We do know that when the flight took off after 6 o'clock, I was told 6:06, it took off from runway 24. Now, Atlantic Aviation has not confirmed to us that the flight took off from there. However, I can tell you since we arrived here, the bulk of activity has been here. In regards to police being here, when we arrived, there were multiple police officers, there were detectives in the tower, and there were a couple people inside, but they looked like people that were waiting for other flights. But when that ground stop went into effect because of the crash, they left. So at this point, we have seen, you saw a video earlier of the FAA arriving. We saw probably, it looked like about 7 to 8 potential investigators that were all here. It looked like they had a meeting inside of Atlantic Aviation before they loaded up a pickup truck and left the scene here. It's not clear, where they went, but there's a potential that those might likely be some of the investigators that are going to actually go to the crash site. Now, there's a number of things that in every situation like this that they're going to be looking at. So the NTSB, of course, an independent federal agency tasked with investigating civil air crashes. They will be, taking over, and the FAA here getting all of their ducks in a row and all of their people as they mobilize now to begin their investigation. And what's interesting is too, and so made such a difference, and some of the people I'm talking to about the level of catastrophe with this is, where this plane crashed, and the Boulevard and Cottman, rush hour, all of those lanes of traffic, they're two major intersections. There's the mall, there's so much there. It is the worst place for this to happen. I'm dating myself here, but 1991, I remember being in 6th grade watching the news coverage in Lower Merion when Senator John Hines' plane had a midair collision with a helicopter, and everyone died, including 2 young children that were on the ground in Lower Merion. They were hit by debris. So, in our region, obviously that's a long time ago, but if you grew up here and you remember, that's something that, is etched in my memory as a young child. And that's really the only comparison that I can think of within recent years, or decades, in regards to crashes of this level and the impact that it had, and also harming people on the ground as well. So, but one of the things too that I was told by people within the aviation community, because we were talking about weather conditions. It's been really foggy and rainy, and it was really foggy just before 6 p.m. and people in the aviation industry explained to me that there are special instruments for specific types of planes. It's on a wide spectrum. So, when you have Coast Guard officials that you're seeing in planes and they're going through all those crazy wind and rain and all that, it's because they have different types of instruments that are better equipped for those conditions. Now, I don't know if that is a good comparison to the medical jet that was here. However, I was explained to me by some people in the aviation community that a medical jet of this caliber would have a level of special instruments that would give them a little bit more leeway to fly in conditions like this. So this is going to be a huge undertaking to investigate, not just because of the area of debris and just the mere square footage that they have to go to collect all of the pieces of this plane. In the past, when we've covered crashes like this, it's been explained to us by the NTSB and the FAA about exactly what they do. They essentially get every single piece of the debris, they pack it up, they take it to another facility, and they essentially reconstruct it. And they're obviously looking at other factors too, but that's what they're going to do with all of that and put it together. I will tell you too that right now, initially, even within the first hour of this happening, they're also gathering important information. That includes final transmissions, final communication between the pilot and the tower. That's why when we got here, not only was there a police presence, but detectives, and I was told at least one federal investigator were in the tower. So it looks like that's where they start. They get those nuts and bolts down, and then they continue to gather and gather and gather. And we also knew too, again, that after this all happened, I'm told that there were a couple things that they were checking here. There was somebody checking the fuel, which I'm told is done throughout the day and throughout the night. They're always checking fuel, but one of the things they were looking for was potential of any, water because of the rain. Not to say that that's the case. It's just something that they're looking into. So all of those types of factors are going to be really important in this case. I will tell you also that in regards to the activity, there was a sense of urgency when we started to see all of those investigators arrive. It doesn't appear that we've seen any family members or anybody that was connected to the people on the flight. It appeared to all be people that were part of the investigation or first responders. And, you know, when we went inside, you know, Atlantic Aviation, not confirming anything at all, but in regards to the ground stop, we are told that the ground stop is specifically because of the crash and not because of the weather as well. So still more information to come, and specifically wondering what exactly this medical mission was for that very young patient who was on the plane.
Annie, you were just describing what you remember of trying to compare this moment to where we are on this day. And so many people are just really reacting to this, just really being unbelievable to have witnessed this. Just watching the images through the screen, we get the magnitude. So I can't even imagine for those who were able to see it there in person. Annie, thanks for your reporting. Let's go now to Action News reporter Brianna Smith, who is also at this point tonight one of our reporters near the scene, keeping an eye on the scene there and also the officials that we are expecting to hear from tonight. Brianna.
Yeah, Shar, we already heard from Mayor Sherrell Parker, and we're waiting for Governor Josh Shapiro to make his way here. But we have confirmed that officials say 6 people were on board, 4 crew members, a pediatric patient and an escort were on board. They cannot confirm any survivors at this time, but again, we are waiting for Governor Josh Shapiro to make his way here. And as Mayor Sherrell Parker said earlier, it's all hands on deck here. We see several first responders still here on scene investigating, and we're working to learn more. And once we have Governor Josh Shapiro here, we will take that live so you can hear from him.
Brianna, thanks for your reporting from there. We are on standby. This important enough, critical enough that the governor of Pennsylvania is making his way here to Philadelphia.
Brianna, we know you have been on the scene for quite some time. Earlier in our breaking news coverage, there were buildings on fire behind you. There were rescue crews behind you. Has that calmed down a bit now? What are you seeing at this point?
Yeah, actually, Gray and Shari, I've been keeping an eye on that building that we mentioned earlier. We showed you about 2 hours ago where there was smoke coming from behind the Cottman food building. And as you can see, we no longer see that smoke there. So firefighters have everything under control. But as I mentioned earlier, you know, several first responders remain here on scene. This is the most first responders that I've ever seen at an incident in Philadelphia. So that just speaks to how massive this incident is. And they're here investigating. And as Mayor Sherrell Parker said, they're here to make sure that everyone's health and safety is the top priority. And she said it's all hands on deck here. She also made it a point to say, keep everyone impacted, those who were on the plane, those who were on the ground and in the surrounding area, keep them in your prayers. They did not confirm the number of fatalities at this time, but, you know, we're thinking about all of them and our hearts go out to their families. She also said that first responders are here on scene evaluating. There's a lot of debris on the ground. She said do not pick up that debris, but instead call 911. And for those who are living in the surrounding homes, to stay inside so that first responders can do their jobs as they investigate.
Brianna, thank you for your reporting. Again, just when it hit close to home, it just feels different.
Yeah.
We are in total shock, as is our community there in Northeast Philadelphia. Again, this medical transport jet slamming into the ground there in Northeast Philadelphia. We're told it was in the air for about 30 seconds before it went down, erupting there in a ball of flames. Happened right near Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard a little after 6. And as we continue to watch this breaking news story, what is probably most jarring is to hear from those eyewitnesses.
Yeah.
This is their community. Their families live there. People going about their everyday lives. Some people walking down the street. We saw a doorbell camera of an individual, a man leaving his home, possibly saying goodbye to his wife. And you see the plane go down behind him, explode. We hear the explosion and you hear whomever that woman was screaming, oh my God, as he runs back into the house.
You know, residents and city leaders all over the area are reaching out. They're watching our coverage. They're texting me, and heavy hearts people out there are really expressing that this is tough. And it's just compounded by what our nation has experienced with the collision that took the souls of 67 people right near Reagan National Airport. Now this is just really adding to the sadness and the uneasiness that people are feeling. So just know we hear you, and we know that sentiment is resonating across the city of Philadelphia, across this region. Again, it's Philadelphia that is in the spotlight tonight. This is making national headlines, so much so because of what happened just less than 48 hours ago. Actually, just about 48 hours ago. It was just around 9 o'clock when that Black Hawk collided with the passenger jet over the Potomac River in our nation's capital. That was Wednesday, just about 9 o'clock. And here we are, Friday, just about 9:30 on the East Coast, and we are covering another plane crash, one that at this point, we've got no word that there are survivors. What we can confirm from numerous sources, the FAA and also the owner that was operating the Learjet 6 people were on board that Learjet 55 when it crashed just after 6 o'clock. This Learjet was not in the air long at all. The first text I got tonight was at 6:11, letting me know, Shari, there's a plane down in Northeast Philadelphia. And we heard from Annie McCormick in her reporting that the jet took off just about 6:06. So we know that this plane was not in the air long at all and only traveled barely 4 miles before it crashed.
And Shari, as we continue our breaking news coverage, we continue to hear from eyewitnesses who saw this horrible situation. Action News reporter Jessica Cartalia remains there on the scene. Jessica, you've been speaking to witnesses. What are you hearing from individuals you're speaking to tonight?
Well, Gray, this is such a busy area, especially this time of night. As soon as I arrived here on scene, I started talking with people who were just in shock. They said, we can't believe that this has happened. We just saw this plane go down. One gentleman that I spoke with was working out right across the street here. There's an LA Fitness, and he said that the weights started coming off the walls. They thought it was a bomb that they had heard or felt. Looked outside, and they saw what they thought was a mushroom cloud. But take a listen to what he has to say.
I was at the gym and somebody said there was a crash. We went outside and we didn't think anything of it, but we thought a car crash. And then we saw this big fireball in the sky, and I kind of walked over to it, and there was 3 different fires, a plane in the middle of Cottman Ave, and all these cops were screaming, leave, 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 driving all over the parking lot. It was crazy. It was mayhem.
And another man that I spoke with a short time later was in shock, and he said, you know, it just appeared as though things were raining from the sky. As I mentioned earlier, people were driving, and pieces of that plane, the debris, started hitting their car. This gentleman that I spoke with said, yeah, I can't even describe what I saw. It was so horrific.
Okay, Jessica, thank you for that report. And of course, Stan.
There was a fireball, there was debris everywhere. There was people running back and forth. There was so much stuff happening at once.
Thank you for talking to us. Okay. He continued to go on and mention, people were saying that there were, and I don't want to get too in the weeds here, but there were pieces of body parts on cars, and it was just, some of it was just too gruesome to discuss. But people, again, it's going to take some time to really get over this. It was just a shocking situation here. Again, the roads are still closed behind me as police continue to investigate. We have seen some movement. They pulled the tape down. They just put that tape back up. We also see several SEPTA buses there. We're trying to figure out exactly what's going on in that parking lot behind me here. We're also hearing more and more emergency vehicles coming up. And again, not a lot of movement as far as commercial vehicles or people who are typically in this area this time of night as this investigation continues. But we're going to stay on the scene and bring you as much as we can as this rain really picks up. Some of the people that have witnessed this have since gone home. We spoke with a gentleman earlier who said that he could not get a hold of one of his family members, and so he raced over here just to make sure that everything was okay. And then again, videos are being shared like wildfire because people just can't believe this scene. Back to you.
Jessica, I do want to pick up on what you said about the scene and that the crime tape being put back up. One of the messages I received from one of the commanders is they are asking some of their units to continue to work extra tonight and possibly tomorrow, extra units, and this in part to help with traffic in this area because the crime scene, the crash scene is so large that they are now speaking with some of the first responders around the city to be prepared to maybe come in on their off day if they thought they were going to be off tomorrow, trying to get some more manpower to help hold this scene, keep it intact as best they can, despite the weather, despite the nighttime, despite actually how populated the area is. And we are getting a lot of new video. More and more of our viewers are sharing the video that they're seeing and have experienced tonight.
They are, and as we continue to talk about the time this all happened, we just saw a piece of video with that timestamp reading 6:07:02:03 there as the plane went down there. A horrific scene playing out there in Northeast Philadelphia as these videos continue to come in. Our Christy Aletto is monitoring those videos from our SAT Center. Christy, we are just all in shock and just devastated by this. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, well, we've been monitoring the feeds here in our SAT Center and, of course, all of the videos that our viewers have been sending into our newsroom. But I want to go back to just, here's what we know right now for those who are just joining us. 6 people were on that medical chopper. We know that 4 of them were crew, 1 pediatric patient, 1 escort. That was a plane or the aircraft that was bound for Springfield, Missouri. It had just taken off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport when it crashed on Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue. And now I want to go to some of the viewer video that has just been inundating our newsroom. Aftermath, rather, outside of the Dunkin' Donuts, debris all over the parking lot. And we know that some of our ground reporters that were there at the scene talking to witnesses saying that in some cases they saw body parts. I mean, obviously we would not show that, and we're not showing any of that, but I mean, you can see debris possibly from vehicles, possibly from the aircrafts, anything that it hit, and from the impact of that crash scattered throughout that parking lot, to give you an idea of just how intense that was. And then another vantage point, this ring cam video of the crash happening on Roosevelt Boulevard and Cottman Avenue. There's a couple, or rather, here we go. This is a different vantage point right here, and you can see this flash, this fireball just happen in the corner of your screen. The camera pans up, and then you see this large plume of smoke just billowing out of the top from behind row homes. And so then that's how it gives you an idea of where this is happening. So the first video is showing you that it's happening in a business district. The second video is showing you that it is happening in a neighborhood that is populated. This is on a Friday evening when a lot of people would have been out. They might have been at their homes having dinner with their families, and now they're experiencing and hearing and witnessing the shaking of just the impact of this plane, this chopper crashing into the ground. And then another video here, this is the drone video. And I think this also speaks to what Shari was saying, because they need extra crews to work tonight and tomorrow because of the size of this crash site. This drone video actually giving us a bird's eye view of just how large this scene is right here. And it looks, you know, just from what we can see from the video, that it spans a couple of blocks, maybe a handful, if that. And so you can see that, as Mayor Sherelle Parker had said around 8:30, that there were homes that were impacted, there were vehicles that were impacted. So we know the number of people that were on that helicopter. We don't know how many people were in those homes that have been impacted, you know, that were on fire, the vehicles that were on fire. We don't know how many people were inside of those cars. And so that's something that I think we're going to be waiting and working to try to piece together, as investigators try to piece together, you know, how this happened, and again, who has been impacted in this. And yes, this is absolutely devastating because it pales in comparison to what, of course, we saw in Washington, D.C., but then at the same time, you hear about the people that were on board, and we only have a snapshot of who they may or who they might be. And then you think about the pediatric patient that's on board, and you think about their parents and their families. I know as a parent that just really kind of is a knife in my heart thinking about that. So certainly something that we're going to be following, and obviously our prayers go out to those individuals and to those families that are impacted.
Our thoughts absolutely with the families involved, because that process is underway. Christy, thank you. Right now, the company that operates and owns the Learjet now has to reach out to the families that were a part of those who were on board this Learjet 55. That is just devastating to think about. But the thing is, we were in this same emotional state just 2 days ago. Yeah. And so it's just so close to the first major catastrophe that we've seen in aviation in some nearly 20 years with that passenger jet. Yeah. That, of course, unfortunately collided with the U.S. military Black Hawk. And we are now talking about another plane crash in the U.S.
And we know that this will be a long investigation as to exactly what happened here. That plane in the air for about 30 seconds before it goes down in a fireball. Again, this location, Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard, about 4 miles away from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. Again, we can confirm those 6 people on board that plane, 4 crew members, a pediatric patient, and another person believed to be a family member of that patient. So much devastation and heartbreak. You can see the scene there. So many images coming in tonight from this area, what looks like a war zone, homes on fire, cars on fire, buildings on fire. As we continue our breaking news coverage, we want to go back now to Action News reporter Leland Pender, who is outside of Jefferson Torresdale Hospital with more on what he's hearing and learning about this situation. And earlier, Leland, we know you said a pediatric patient was transported there, I believe a 10-year-old.
Yeah, great. That's exactly right. A small child, a source telling me, being treated here at Jefferson Torresdale in very bad shape, although it's unclear exactly what that means. Could it be burns? Certainly. Could it be some other kind of physical injury? Absolutely. But that part is unclear right now. But this hospital is very likely seeing a number of patients from the scene there in Northeast Philadelphia. We've been here throughout the night tonight, and we've counted, I'm not sure how many, but several ambulances have come and gone right behind me in the emergency to the emergency room area here at Jefferson Torresdale. Some of those ambulances had their lights and sirens going, others did not. We've also seen multiple ambulance services coming through here up and down the hill. Presumably they are coming and going from the scene. There certainly could be other reasons for emergency response in the city tonight, but no doubt this is certainly the biggest thing going on. I did get official word from Jefferson Health. I was asking, how many patients have you received at this hospital and across the system? Maybe a description of injuries. And I did hear back finally. They were saying all information is being routed through the Philadelphia mayor's office and the press and communications team there. So there's already been coordination between the hospital system, at least this one system, the mayor's office, and of course there were other local and state and federal officials. They're working to kind of coordinate how information is traveling with this incident through as few channels as possible, maybe even a singular channel, so the right and the good information gets out, because of course there are so many opportunities for things to be shared online, obviously videos and information that way. But we did hear from the mayor a short time ago saying at this point they just don't know how many people may be dead tonight. That's so tragic when you think about that. How many people may be alive but hurt? They just don't have a grip on that just yet. But no doubt, it's very likely going to be a number of people, because you think about this jet and it crashed, and we know that those on board were affected, but the scope of the area where debris may have reached, where the fire may have gone, as we've talked about throughout the evening, people were out shopping, in their cars driving, in their homes, obviously. It's a very busy area over there. It's just there's going to be a lot of people affected by this one way or the other. But as far as things that Jefferson Health, again, earlier I was hearing at least a firefighter was taken to the hospital with some trouble breathing. Again, hearing about at least one child here being treated at Jefferson Torresdale. But again, we're just trying to gather more information because we all know the injuries and the fatalities extend far beyond that. And we'll, of course, bring you that information as it comes in. But for now, that's the latest. Back to you, Shari, Gray.
Okay, Leland Pender, thank you for your reporting. There is some new information also to report here tonight. You heard Leland Pender say one pediatric patient was transported there to Jefferson Torresdale Hospital. We're also hearing from Temple Jeans Hospital where they received tonight 6 patients. They say 3 patients have been released. 3 are in fair condition tonight. So more information now coming to light about some of the injuries as a result of this aircraft going down tonight.
I've been speaking with several city leaders. I do know that Governor Shapiro is on the ground. He's with the mayor right now. The two of them are talking and making sure that the governor is briefed and up to date. We are expecting the governor to speak publicly here at any moment when they are prepared to make their next statements and updates. So Governor Josh Shapiro is in Northeast Philadelphia right now, just getting briefed on everything.
And Shari, as we continue to see the images coming in, we are learning more tonight about that Lear Jet 55 that went down. It is operated, we're being told, by Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. We were told that this company has been in operation since 2015. It was licensed by the state of Florida and provides air rescue services across the U.S. and major cities throughout Mexico. We know it operates a fleet of about 7 aircraft, typically carrying a doctor and a nurse on board. And according to his website, this company has been in operation for over 20 years. We're also learning it offers neonatal care, pediatric critical care, and adult critical care, and other care to patients. And we know tonight 6 souls were on that plane tonight. That included the 4 crew members, that pediatric patient, another person believed to be a family member, and Jet Air saying they don't believe there were any survivors.
We are still getting the extent of what the devastation will be in Northeast Philadelphia, right there along one of our busiest thoroughfares in the region, or along the Roosevelt Boulevard, and of course Cottman Avenue. This is the center of most of the attention and where we know the crash site and impact is the most. The Red Cross is on the ground in the area there now, trying to assist those who have been impacted by this. Yes, we know that there are confirmations that there were 6 people on board that Learjet 55, but those who were on the ground, we are still working to calculate how that might turn out. How many people were struck by debris? How many people were hit by fire? We have the images that are circulating where we can see people have been injured, some very badly. We know numerous people have been transported to area hospitals, some of them with burns. So, you know, that part of the reporting we will have to stay on, because we're still getting reports from the area hospitals of the injuries that were felt and impacted by this crash and the fire explosion that followed. So thankfully the Red Cross is on the ground trying to help those and help pull together those who may need assistance and need help. Businesses, as we can see in the video now, also dealing with some damage because of the shaking that happened, the fire that flew around, the debris that also went flying. And so tonight, our first responders, of course, now doing their work to keep this scene secure, because it's a large one. And we're waiting for the federal officials who are with Aviation to be able to get closer to the crash site and assess as best they can what went wrong. Why did this Learjet 55 with 6 people on board crash in Philadelphia just moments after takeoff?
We know those questions will be answered in the months to come. We want to get you back out live now to Action News reporter Jessica Catalia. She is live with one of the eyewitnesses who witnessed some of what happened tonight. Jessica.
Yeah, Gray, and I just want to be very clear, you are not a police officer. You have a family member who is a police officer, but you were here at this scene. What did you see?
Basically, I heard a loud roar, then saw a fireball in the sky. It was nosediving and blew up right on the block. Just nosedived straight down.
And what did it hit? It just hit the concrete, and that's when things caught on fire?
Yeah. I actually saw a body fly across the street.
What went through your head when you saw this?
I need to help them.
And what'd you do?
Ran over there, looked for people that were alive. Couldn't find any. Then first responders got there and they said, "Hey, get back." I was like, "Okay," and tried to attend to medical aid as much as I could.
Okay. You have a family member who's a police officer, but again, I just want to stress, you just happened to be in this area. What were you doing at the time? This is a very busy area at this time of evening.
I was just hanging around with some friends, and that happened. I was like, oh, time to shoot in the action real quick.
Yeah. In light of what's been happening recently with current events in Washington, D.C., when you saw this plane come down, what went through your head?
At first, I was like, oh, no, it's a terrorism attack. But once I saw it on fire in the sky, it was definitely something failed in the air, hit something in the air, and came down.
Yeah, and you live in this area, correct?
Yes, I live right by Frankfurt Cottman.
Yeah, we have all said we have never seen quite a response this large. We have police, we have fire. They are incredible. They arrived on the scene just moments after this occurred. Is that right? And what happened as soon as they arrived?
They shut it down. A lot of people were panicking. Actually, a female ran off the bus on fire.
Wait, what do you mean she ran off the bus?
There was a bus that was going past, and her jacket was on fire when she ran off the bus.
So you're saying that the plane came down and struck a bus?
Yeah, a bus was going down Cottman.
Okay.
And I guess the explosion hit it and caught on fire.
We're also hearing that there was so much debris that was falling on the cars. What did you see as far as that?
I definitely saw debris falling. There's all over Cottman. And, I mean, I was scared to run in, but at that point, you can't get scared.
Okay, and have you just been out here on scene? We've seen so many people just pulling up in shock. A lot of people are trying to get home tonight. Have you had any trouble navigating your way home?
No, I have so much family out here. I'm just sitting here chilling with them until probably 3 a.m. Then I'm going to head out.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for talking. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Jay.
Thank you very much for talking with us. So Gray and Shari, again, what's very interesting, we just spoke with a gentleman. He's trying to get back to his house here, and he's asking if his house is okay. And the photojournalist Dave Edwards and I are saying, unfortunately, we just don't know. You need to go and talk to police. But again, the entire intersection here behind me is totally blocked off because they are continuing to investigate. And we just keep hearing stories of cars that were parked in this area that were hit with debris or pieces of that plane when it went down. This is the first that I have heard of the plane coming down and hitting a bus. Again, we will confirm that information. Obviously, when we're out here, we're getting a lot of information from witnesses. Sometimes this information is not verified by police, so we want to make sure we give you that information. Again, all of this is a witness account, and you're hearing straight from them. But we're live. We'll continue to monitor the scene. Back to you both.
Okay, Jessica Cartalia live there with a witness, and it is so just alarming to hear from witnesses tonight. We should let you know that the mayor has already advised individuals to please stay away from the area of Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. So this is a traffic alert tonight that the boulevard tonight closed between Ron Street and Tyson Avenue. So keep that in mind, and at this point, no one should be headed in that direction.
Yeah, that was, as we know, the boulevard is a very long thoroughfare used by thousands, tens of thousands of people throughout the day. And so we know that this is an area that people rely on to make their moves in and around the city. Tonight, though, that is not the case. You're being asked to stay out of Northeast Philadelphia along the Roosevelt Boulevard in that area. We're taking a live look now at our city leaders and officials. I see Adam Teal, the managing director. I see Deputy Commissioner John Stanford. And there's the governor in the hat and glasses, Governor Josh Shapiro. And also members from Mayor Sherelle Parker's office, Deputy Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel.
Mayor Sherelle Parker also there.
And also Mayor Sherelle Parker. We, of course, have been getting updates. We've had one from city officials so far, and it looks as if they're ready now to speak once again, and the governor is joining.
Still an active incident.
Want to thank you all again for joining us. I want to give a quick recap of the information we shared earlier, and then we will give you some additional facts. An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cottman Avenue, and it did occur shortly after 6 p.m. Again, we have no reports on the number of fatalities, so we are asking everyone for their thoughts and prayers for all who may have been impacted and affected by this tragedy. Several dwellings and vehicles were also impacted, and so we are urging people, particularly those families who live in the surrounding area, to please stay home if possible. If you see any debris, and those who are conducting the investigations have repeated consistently, please do not touch anything because it is still an active investigation. Just call 911, please, if you see anything. Investigators and all of our federal, state, and local partners are working as expeditiously as possible during this very difficult time. New information that we want to share with you, that shelter is now available at the Samuel Fells High School located at 5500 Langdon Street. Samuel Fells High School, 5500 Langdon Street. If anyone has been impacted and you need shelter and support, it is readily available for you. In terms of our federal and state partners, I want to say a special thank you to the NTSB. They are here on site now. The FAA, the Pennsylvania State Police, Pennsylvania DEP, of course our police and fire departments, and OEM. I am here with Governor Shapiro. We've been in constant contact since it started. You'll be hearing from him shortly. But I also want to say a special thank you to our additional partners who we have spoken with, our federal leaders, U.S. Senators Fetterman and McCormick. Thank you so very much. All hands on deck. They wanted to make sure any and everything that we needed from the federal government, those supports and services are available. Congressman Evans, Boyle, and Scanlon, our congressional delegation, a special thank you to each of you for your support. I also need to affirm that locally here, Senator Joe Picozzi, Rep. Solomon, Reps. Nielsen, Doherty, who represents this area, and Bellman, Commissioner Dealey, and Council Member Driscoll was present. If there was ever a time when we needed to affirm what the One Philly philosophy means, the time is now, and I'm very proud about how our federal, state, and all of our local partners are working hard to deal with this tragedy. I now want to turn it over to our governor and to say thank you, Governor, for your support and being here with us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The mayor preaches about One Philly. She talks about a unified approach to governing every day. What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another. I want to reaffirm the comments the mayor said about all of the different agencies working together, and I want to especially thank and salute Philly Fire and Philly Police, who did an extraordinary job this evening. We know that there will be loss in this region, and we want to offer our thoughts and our serious prayers for those who are grieving at this moment. The mayor knows, and I want you all to know, that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania stands firmly with our partners in the city. We have, at the request of Commissioner Bethel, 45 state troopers who are on the ground right here in Northeast Philly. We have 25 members of our PennDOT team who are here right now. We have members of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Authority who are here, including our director, Randy Padfield, who joins me behind here. We also have members of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, who are here to make sure that any hazardous materials are addressed. And as you heard the mayor reference, we're joined by several state representatives and senators. I want to thank them. They will make sure that whatever is needed for this community gets to this community. I also spoke earlier this evening with the United States Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Duffy, who offered his full support to Northeast Philly. And as the mayor alluded to, he has dispatched 4 members of the FAA to Philly, and there are 4 members of NTSB on their way as well. We have all the resources that we need. And again, as the mayor always says, one Philly, we are unified in our approach to deal with this emergency. And again, I'll just end by sharing my prayers, the prayers of my wife, Lori, our First Lady, and on behalf of 13 million Pennsylvanians, we are all here for Northeast Philly tonight in this very, very difficult moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all. When we have additional information to report, we will come back and give another briefing. But now we want to let our federal, state, and local partners do their jobs and go to work. We'll report back to you when we have more information. Thank you all so very much for your patience and understanding.
Mayor Sherrill Parker, joined by Governor Josh Shapiro and other city and state officials there at the podium microphone, a makeshift microphone area that they've put together so that they can keep the public informed. That just at a gas station right near there in Northeast Philadelphia, where officials are gathering on this rainy, cold night because of this incident.
And we know this is a mass joint effort. The mayor alluding to the different agencies that are there, the National Transportation Safety Board, the FAA, State Police, Philadelphia PD, and of course Fire Department. And you heard the governor saying that this is a unified response to an awful aviation situation. He's saying we are seeing a Philly response, neighbors helping neighbors, and people coming together in this time of tragedy and need. And the mayor alluding again tonight that at this point we do not know the number of fatalities, but we do know the 6 individuals on that aircraft that went down did not make it. We're learning tonight that those on board were 4 crew members, a pediatric patient, and 1 other person believed to be a family member of that patient. This happening a little after 6 when that aircraft, that Learjet 55, goes down there in Northeast Philadelphia, erupting in that massive fireball there. Witnesses describing what they saw, what they heard, saying that the night sky lit up as a result of that explosion. We know buildings were on fire, cars were on fire. Sadly, we saw people walking in that area in flames.
The Learjet 55, it crashed just after 6 o'clock, and we know that it departed from the airport in Northeast Philadelphia there. The hope was for this Learjet, which was on a medical assignment, to make its way to an airport in Missouri. What we know is that did not happen. The plane was only in the air for a short amount of time before it crashed. And so we've been getting the images from our viewers all night since this happened. And the images, of course, have been devastating, showing all of the fire and the plane crash, of course, right after it happened. You're watching Action News at 10 on PHL 17. We're also simulcasting on 6 ABC. I'm Shari Williams alongside Gray Hall. This is our continuing coverage here on Action News in regards to the breaking news. This Learjet 55 that crashed just after 6 o'clock in Northeast Philadelphia. We've now been on the air continuously just over 3 hours covering this breaking news.
And as you know, this is a mass effort and response effort by first responders across this state. The mayor and the governor on scene there wrapping up a presser not that long ago. This, of course, discussing this awful tragedy that unfolded right there in Northeast Philadelphia. That Learjet 55 crashing tonight a little after 6. You can hear in the background as we watch this piece of video a woman saying, "Oh my God, oh no, oh no." We know tonight 6 people were on this aircraft, 4 crew members, a pediatric patient, and another person believed to be the family member of that patient. We do not know how many lives were lost tonight, but we know lives were lost. This happening just miles away from Northeast Philadelphia Airport. That plane set to be in the air for roughly some 30 seconds before it went down in Northeast Philadelphia, erupting in that fireball?
The actual crash site tonight we know is pretty large. Philadelphia police are doing their best now to hold the scene and create a perimeter. It did take about some 130 to 150 firefighters from the Philadelphia Fire Department to respond to this and to get the fires under control. There were numerous hot spots. Debris was flying and also fire was flying as a result of this crash, followed by an explosion that followed from the crash itself. The fire department did its job to get this perimeter calm and under control. We now know that the NTSB is on the ground. The governor, Josh Shapiro, has traveled to be here in Philadelphia tonight to be with our city officials because this is a gripping event. As he called it, an awful aviation disaster. But we are seeing the best of Philly, and Pennsylvanians are looking out for one another.
We switch now to Action News reporter Annie McCormick, who is at the Northeast Philadelphia Airport, where that ground stop, I imagine, Annie, is still in place.
It is still in place, and that ground stop is specifically because of the plane crash. It seems obvious, however, I'm saying that because of the inclement weather. It was incredibly foggy. There was also a lot of rain as well. Now, the Jet Rescue Air Ambulance took off from here a little bit after 6 o'clock, and according to the company, who did release a statement, it crashed at 6:25 at the Boulevard and Cottman. On board 6 people. The company saying that included 4 crew members, an escort, and also a pediatric patient. In regards to the 4 crew members, my sources are telling me it was 2 pilots and 2 healthcare professionals. Either they were medics, nurses, or doctors, or interchangeable. And additionally, the pediatric patient, the escort with the pediatric patient, was in fact a family member. So you just look in that video there of the FAA, you just heard in that press conference, Governor Shapiro talk about how 4 members of the NTSB are on scene, 4 members of the FAA are on scene. We were here when they began arriving here to Atlantic Aviation. Atlantic Aviation hasn't confirmed that the flight left here. However, we have heard from sources that the flight did take off from runway 24 here at Northeast Airport, again, just a little after 6 o'clock. But we started to see federal investigators arrive here. Of course, the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, is a federal agency, an independent federal agency, and so they're going to be tasked with gathering the evidence and going through. It's going to be a very long process in order to get everything together, since the square footage alone is huge from the amount of debris that is spread over that area of Northeast Philadelphia, which is probably one of the busiest areas of the city in regards to the commercial businesses, residences, and also just so much traffic. Cottman Avenue is so busy, the Boulevard, all of that traffic at that time. And of course, their initial response had to do with making sure everybody was okay, tending to people that were injured. So their first approach when regards to our first responders isn't necessarily to worry about collecting the debris. So there's a number of things that they've already been out here to look at in regards to the tower. We know FAA. We did see Philadelphia police here. That's my voice actually just pointing out that the FAA was here when that video was rolling. But when they initially got out here, Philadelphia police were here, and we do know that there were detectives that were in the tower, and we're told that at least one federal investigator was there as well. The information they're gathering there is sort of the nuts and bolts information that needs to be gathered. That includes the final transmissions, that includes final communication between the tower and between the pilot. Whether there was any communication, I do not know at this time. When you look at those apps, which were the flight tracker apps, you could see that it was just a short distance from this airport. It's so close to where the Boulevard and Cottman is that it looks like the plane was only in the air for a very brief amount of time. Now, according to the flight tracker apps, this plane was headed towards Springfield, Missouri. This is a a Learjet, and so I am not an aviation expert, so I don't know if this is the type of jet that needs to be refueled at some point, depending on where it's going. So we don't know if the ultimate destination was to Springfield, Missouri, or if it was stopping for another reason, but we do know that this was a medical flight. Earlier I was talking about it, Gray and Shari, and all the stories that we cover in regards to medical flights that we've done stories about before. There's a variety of types. There's the angel flights where people, donate their time in their plane to escort patients that might need a certain procedure or medical care that they can't get in their region. We don't know if that was the situation here. There's also those flights that are able to transport organs to get to, a patient that needs it in a critical amount of time as well. It appears that this flight was the pediatric patient that was on board was also, we don't know exactly what the medical mission was for that patient at this point, but that's something that we're hoping to learn. But back out here, we're seeing a little bit more activity. I will tell you one thing we haven't seen any types of family members or anything like that out here. Pretty much right now, it's just investigators.
Okay, Annie, thank you for your reporting. You've been with us throughout this entire time tonight. Of course, we'll be coming back to you shortly. Let's talk more, though, about that company that Annie was mentioning, this Learjet, actually owned by Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. We'll talk more about what we know about what they have said tonight in just a moment. Leland Pender, we want to go to you now. You're live, of course, at Jefferson Health. Tell us more about what you're learning about those who've been treated tonight.
Certainly, Shari. Well, we continue to see more ambulance come through here steadily every couple of minutes. I just saw an ambulance from Bensalem drive up the driveway here to the ER department at Jefferson Torresdale. As you can imagine, it is all hands on deck as emergency responders across the city, of course, and evidently outside the city as well, seeing that Bensalem ambulance here, have been responding to this incident. It was a third alarm, and the response has just been incredible. Now, as far as people being treated here at Jefferson Torresdale, no exact numbers just yet, but I have been hearing throughout the night of a firefighter who was taken to a hospital for breathing problems, and also a child who was taken to a hospital in very bad condition. Not sure if that refers to burns or a physical injury, but at least one child in all of this being treated tonight. We're also hearing from Temple. Of course, there are multiple hospital systems in the area. Temple does tell us to this point they treated 6 patients tonight as a result of this plane crash. 3 of those patients were released from the hospital and 3 remain at the hospital. In talking with officials with Jefferson Health, they referred all inquiries to the mayor's office. So we're waiting for an update there, although, of course, we have been hearing from the mayor throughout the night. I think we have heard from her twice now, that most recent press conference a short time ago, along with the governor, Governor Shapiro of the state of Pennsylvania, and others. But again, at this time, officials just don't know how many injuries we're talking about, how many fatalities we're talking about, but we know the number could possibly be great given what has happened. But again, let me just step out the way if I'm still on camera here, just show you what things look like at the hospital. That Jefferson Hospital police officer has been there as long as we have been here, blocking that entrance, only letting certain civilian vehicles come and go, but certainly when a police officer has arrived, when an ambulance has arrived, some with lights on, some with lights off, he backs up and lets them through. For those ambulances that have the lights on, that would presumably be an indication of the severity of whoever they may be transporting. When they have the lights off, that may indicate maybe the patient they're transporting is not as serious. That's just me, trying to determine or figure out what may be going on. But of course, we'll continue to monitor things here at Jefferson Torresdale. This hospital is about 15 or 20 minutes away from the crash scene in Northeast Philadelphia. So again, multiple hospitals, multiple hospital systems in the area, but this one is pretty close to where things happened earlier. So certainly a number of patients likely to be treated here. Back to you though, for now. Shari, Gray.
Leland, thanks for your reporting there. As we know, people have been transported to numerous hospitals tonight because of injuries, and being hurt from this plane crash and the aftermath that followed. In regards to the crash itself and what we know about people who are hurt or any fatalities, if you've been following the coverage this evening, officials have not confirmed any fatalities or deaths. They want to make sure that they are accurate and right when they do that reporting. Not only that, the families that were definitely involved, connected to those who were on the Learjet, which are 6 people that were on board the Learjet, they need to make sure that they properly contact and respectfully reach out to those families. So not from the mayor, not from the governor, not from police, not the FAA, not a single agency has confirmed any deaths related to this tonight. They do fear, though, that will be the case. We just are not confirming any of that information as of yet, as they are doing their best to make sure the proper families are notified respectfully.
As we continue to watch this unfold tonight, we should mention, before we get to Action News reporter Jessica Curtalia, the Mayor Sherelle Parker, is saying that if you come into contact with debris, please don't touch that. Call 911. Jessica Curtalia live for us. She's been covering this tonight with us. Jessica, you've been in touch with witnesses who have seen this horrible situation unfold. What are you hearing tonight?
Well, Gray, I'm so glad that you mentioned that the mayor said don't touch anything. The scene here is significantly large, so I want to just kind of walk you through this a little bit without falling over ourselves. There is so much police tape surrounding this area. Cottman Avenue, Frankfurt Ave, all this Cottman Avenue that you're looking at behind me here, completely blocked off. There are so many police units. People are unable to get back into their homes. This stretches for several blocks in all directions here. Normally this time of night, people would be swamping this area, heading out to dinner here, working out at the gym nearby. But of course, it is just empty as police continue to investigate. You're looking right now at this LA Fitness. We spoke with a guy earlier who said that he was working out when he heard that plane crash.
I was at the gym and somebody said there was a crash. We went outside and we didn't think anything of it, but we thought a car crash. And then we saw this big fireball in the sky, and I kind of walked over to it, and there was 3 different fires, a plane in the middle of Cottman Ave, and all these cops were screaming, leave, 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 driving all over the parking lot. It was crazy. It was mayhem.
And so many people said that they ran away from the scene, but also so many people ran toward the scene because they saw people getting hit with debris and they wanted to make sure that those victims were okay. I also want to show you this restaurant here behind me, Jollibee. They have been inviting all responding officers, EMTs, anyone who needs a bite to eat, especially people who have been displaced from their homes or just can't get over to their homes, something to eat, a place to use the restroom, water. So many people in this area keep pulling up to us asking if we know anything about their homes and if they're going to be okay and if their homes are still intact. And unfortunately, we don't have that information because, as I mentioned, we are several blocks away from these homes that they are referring to over here behind us. But so many people coming together. Shari, you mentioned this. This is absolutely Philly and Philly heart. People are out here helping one another. Lots of people concerned this evening, especially after what happened in Washington, D.C. Again, we're still trying to figure out exactly what caused that plane to go down just moments after taking off.
Jessica, thank you for your reporting from there. And one of the things you just hit on, though, about reaching out and helping our neighbors. The Red Cross is also on this scene tonight, there to assist those who might need it. We also know that Mayor Sherelle Parker made it clear that they have opened a shelter, and it is at Samuel Fells High School. Samuel Fells High School at 5500 Langdon Street. That is the address for the shelter. The high school is open. They have people there to assist you. If you know someone or you yourself has been impacted by this tonight and you need assistance to get through the evening, if you need to see if there's some resources for you, the shelter is at Samuel Fells High School, 5500 Langdon Street.
And Shari, as we know, as we continue to watch this all continue to unfold tonight, a massive response from officials across the state. And just moments ago, you heard from Governor Josh Shapiro, who is also there on the scene. We want to switch now to Action News as Chris Cialetto live in our satellite center, who has been listening to sound from our governor about this horrendous and awful aviation disaster. Christy.
Yeah, well, as Shari was mentioning, that whole message of helping your neighbor, that was the message that Governor Josh Shapiro had when he came to the crash site, standing alongside Mayor Sherrell Parker and also some of our congressional delegation that represents Pennsylvania. He says that, you know, during the worst of times, that's when we often see the best in humanity, and Philadelphia and Pennsylvania are no different. Let's take a listen.
The mayor preaches about one Philly. She talks about a unified approach to governing every day. What you're seeing here is a unified response to an awful aviation disaster. For as awful as that aviation disaster was, tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another. I want to reaffirm the comments the mayor said about all of the different agencies working together, and I want to especially thank and salute Philly Fire and Philly Police, who did an extraordinary job this evening. We know that there will be loss in this region, and we want to offer our thoughts and our serious prayers for those who are grieving at this moment. The mayor knows, and I want you all to know, that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania stands firmly with our partners in the city. We have, at the request of Commissioner Bethel, 45 state troopers who are on the ground right here in Northeast Philly. We have 25 members of our PennDOT team who are here right now. We have members of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Authority who are here, including our director, Randy Padfield, who joins me behind here. We also have members of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, who are here to make sure that any hazardous materials are addressed. And as you heard the mayor reference, we're joined by several state representatives and senators. I want to thank them. They will make sure that whatever is needed for this community gets to this community. I also spoke earlier this evening with the United States Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Duffy, who offered his full support to Northeast Philly. And as the mayor alluded to, he has dispatched 4 members of the FAA to Philly, and there are 4 members of NTSB on their way as well. We have all the resources that we need, and again, as the mayor always says, one Philly. We are unified in our approach to deal with this emergency. And again, I'll just end by sharing my prayers, the prayers of my wife, Lori, our First Lady, and on behalf of 13 million Pennsylvanians, we are all here for Northeast Philly tonight in this very, very difficult moment. Thank you, Mayor.
And earlier in the evening, we heard that from Mayor Sherrell Parker talk about how people need to stay away from this scene so that investigators can do their job. I want to go to some video that have been just pouring into our newsroom of residents who were at one point trying to process and verify what they heard or saw, and then suddenly inundating us with everything that happened. This is some video of, actually ring camera video of the impact of that crash. You saw the plume of smoke, where you saw the actual impact, the fireball, and then you see a mushroom cloud over row homes, and that gives you an idea of how close this is happening to where people live. This is happening in a neighborhood. And then there's video of the aftermath. Earlier we saw the Dunkin' Donuts and all the litter everywhere, and now this is the drone video. This is giving us a vantage point, an eagle eye of just how widespread this is. I mean, we've heard from our reporters that are on scene that are saying that this spans a significant area, at least 2 to 5 blocks. I know Shari at one point mentioned that more resources were being called to come in and try to process the scene and rope it off for the Philadelphia Police Department. And now we're really getting to see that this has impacted both residential and commercial business area. And this is an area that is heavily populated. It is dense. And on a Friday evening, a lot of people would have been out. And so we know that there were 6 people that were on that Learjet. We still don't know how many people were impacted that were on the ground, and certainly it does pale into comparison of what happened in Washington, D.C. But for us, this hits close to home, and these are people that are important, you know, to their families. This is somebody's VIP. This is somebody's special person, and so we're obviously going to be pulling for those individuals as well. Shari and Gray.
Christy Aletto, thank you for that perspective and that sound from our governor tonight. We should mention the mayor alluded to this earlier tonight, that if you are in need of shelter, there's a place that you can go. Samuel Fells High School, that location on your screen there, 5500 Langdon Street. Help is available if you need it. And as we talk about the injuries, I know the mayor is saying that they can't officially confirm any fatalities at this point, but we know that individuals have been transported to our local hospitals. Temple Jeans Hospital receiving 6 patients. 3 were released. 3 tonight, however, still in the hospital, said to be in fair condition. We're also hearing from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia saying that none of its patients were on board the plane and the flight was not affiliated with this hospital. We know throughout the night and coming days, these numbers will likely change.
And that's a big part of what we will be hoping to really get more information on through our reporting, because we're not really sure who was a part of those who were on board. Yeah. So thankful to CHOP for letting us know this did not involve any of their patients, because of course people in our area want to know, is this a crew that originated from Philadelphia, from Pennsylvania, or could it have been a crew on this medical assignment just passing through the state of Pennsylvania or making a stop here? We will be looking to get more information from the FAA about the route that the plane was on, the members who were a part of those who were the 6 who were on board. All of that is part of the reporting we will continue to try to get more information on. We do know that the NTSB and the FAA, they are on the ground. We heard from Governor Shapiro confirming that there would be a crew of at least 4 NTSB members and 4 FAA members. Annie McCormick actually was there at the airport as some of the FAA members came in to work. And we know that they come in at a moment's notice, because in this country we don't expect to see plane crashes the way we've seen in the last 48 hours. And we are tonight getting a response to everything happening here in Philadelphia from President Donald Trump. Tonight, he did post on his social media platform, Truth Social, and this is what it reads in part: more innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all. That coming tonight from the White House. President Donald Trump reacting to this breaking news happening in Philadelphia, this plane crash with at least 6 people on board tonight.
And as we are hearing from leaders across this country, we heard, of course, from our mayor, Sherelle Parker, who was visibly shaken as she came out to the podium tonight. We also heard from our governor calling this a unified response to an awful aviation situation.
Yeah, a great time to really put partisan aside. And we're seeing that from our leaders. The mayor also mentioning our senators for the state of Pennsylvania reaching out. Fetterman, of course, a Democrat, and Mr. McCormick, who is a Republican. It's times like these we just need to reach out to these families who've been impacted and the devastation that's been felt in this city. The whole nation is tuning in and watching what's happening in Philadelphia tonight. Some of it, of course, because of what happened in our nation's capital, where we lost 67 people just 2 days ago in a plane collision with a helicopter, and now we have this crash going down close to home, close to us here in Philadelphia. Hearts are heavy tonight.
Indeed. We have reporters fanned out across our city tonight as we continue our breaking news coverage. Action News reporter Brianna Smith live for us. You've been here with us pretty much all night, Brianna. Bring us up to speed on what you're hearing and learning.
Yes, Gray and Sharon, as you can see, it's still very much an active scene. You see the flashing lights, you see the police vehicles, but it feels a bit calmer at this time. I mean, when we first arrived here, this whole area was covered with bystanders, some who had seen everything unfold, while others were here wondering what was going on. You had police officers putting up the yellow tape. Now it feels a bit calmer, but, you know, we're thinking about those who were impacted, those who were on the plane, those on the ground, and just them and their families families, and we're keeping them in our thoughts and prayers tonight. Now, as we've mentioned, officials say 4 crew members and a pediatric patient and a family member were on board. At this time, they cannot confirm any survivors, and no names are being released at this time until the family members are notified. But Mayor Sherelle Parker says several dwellings and vehicles were impacted as well, and as we've seen in so many videos at this point, homes and vehicles were on fire and severely burned, and debris was just scattered everywhere. We also don't know how many people were injured, those who were on the ground or on the plane, but we saw people on stretchers being taken away. And as for the scene, as Mayor Sherelle Parker has said, you heard Jess say it as well, they say do not touch the debris, instead call 911 so that police can come, and it's part of the investigation. So neighbors also who live in the surrounding community, they ask that you stay in your homes, and if you need a shelter, if you were impacted in that way, they advise you to go to Samuel Fells High School for help. And, you know, again, this is just the very beginning of the investigation, so we can expect there to be more press briefings and more information to unfold. But as we've heard, you know, this is all hands on deck. This is a federal, state, local level where everyone's helping. We heard that everyone's working together. There's 45 state troopers on the scene, PennDOT, Emergency Management Authority, DEP, state and federal leaders, the FAA and NTSB. Everyone's here on scene, evaluating, trying to figure out what happened here tonight. And again, this comes just days after the plane crash in the D.C. area, so we're thinking about them, but then we're also thinking about all those who have been affected at this crash here just in our own backyard. Shari and Gray.
So much for your reporting tonight. We should mention, as we continue to look at video of what is a devastating and heartbreaking and nightmarish situation, there is unity tonight.
Yeah.
We heard the governor say this is a awful aviation situation, but he says this is a Philly response. Times like these, times of tragedies, when you really see the heart of Philadelphia, you see neighbors helping neighbors, strangers helping strangers in this desperate time of need, and we are seeing that tonight across our great city.
Speaking about unity, the Philadelphia Eagles, just about 20 minutes ago, posted this. The Eagles organization was heartbroken to learn of the tragic loss of life earlier this evening as a result of the plane crash in Northeast Philadelphia. We extend our condolences to the victims and loved ones they leave behind. We are grateful to the first responders for their heroic actions at the scene. Let me add that we are still waiting for confirmation from agencies that are close to the investigation to confirm any fatalities. Those agencies, though, have said that they are fearful that there may not be survivors on their aircraft, that Learjet 55 that crashed tonight. But the Philadelphia Eagles, a big part of this community, of course, preparing to go to the Super Bowl. They've got a big game coming up, but they tonight put out a message sending their condolences, saying they're heartbroken about the tragedy happening here in the city that they know so well and represent so well.
As we continue to follow this breaking news story, we want to bring in an expert now in on our breaking news conversation. We're joined now by Captain Ron Alvarado, a Marine and airline pilot. Captain, thank you so much for joining us tonight. First, another tragedy here in the United States of America involving a plane. Your reaction tonight to what you're hearing and what you're seeing here in Philadelphia.
Well, absolute shock. My thoughts and prayers go out to the pilots of the Learjet 55 and also the passengers on board, and especially the people on the ground and the citizens of Philadelphia. This is a traumatic experience. We just went through it down in Washington, D.C. So just a very, very shocking evening to hear about this unfortunate event.
We're being joined by Captain Ron Alvarado. You're watching Action News at 10 on PHL 17. We're also simulcasting on 6 ABC Action News. I'm Shari Williams alongside Gray Hall. Captain, is that the, yeah, Captain, thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. And as Gray was alluding to about, you know, your initial reactions, is there something about this particular aircraft that you can share, this Learjet 55, that's being used for this medical assignment? Your familiarity with this type of assignments that this type of jet carries out?
Well, I've flown many corporate jets, helicopters, and now an Airbus 320, 321. What I do know about the Learjet, any Learjet, especially Learjet 55, is a high performance corporate, medium to light corporate jet. So it's a very fast jet, very maneuverable, high performance. So as a pilot, you really have to be ahead of the aircraft. And I always say you have to think 200 miles ahead when flying an aircraft like this. So it's a very capable airframe. A lot of these aircraft are used for medevac or ambulance and air ambulance. And I believe this aircraft was transporting a pediatric patient, a parent, or somebody with the patient, some aircrew, and also the pilots. So this type of a mission can be very challenging because the days can be long. The regulations for this type of charter flight, it varies in between FAR 121, FAR 135, and 91. So were these pilots tired? We just don't know. Were they flying multiple legs? We just don't know. But it is a very challenging mission and flight flying an air ambulance.
Captain, thank you for that assessment. As we continue to watch the videos that pour into our newsroom and across social media, there are so many videos. It seems like this plane went down really quickly. We're told that it was in the air for about 30 seconds before it went down and crashed right in Northeast Philadelphia. How important will these videos be in assessing what happened as the investigators hit the ground and begin their research?
It's going to be critical to obtain all these videos. Any transmissions coming from the aircraft, air traffic control, every piece of information related to this event will be utilized. And I do know that NTSB investigators are on scene. I'm sure FAA, FBI, they will gather the data and hopefully find the computers aboard, the air data computers on board this Learjet 55. I'm not sure if it has a flight data recorder, but if it does, they will definitely be looking for that piece of equipment. What I do know about this aircraft was it did depart off of Northwest Philadelphia Airport, off of runway 24. That's a 7,000-foot runway. That's easily enough room for this Learjet 55 to take off from. And the impact, unfortunately, where the aircraft crashed, we're talking about 2 miles southwest of the airport. The instructions I heard from air traffic control to the pilots in this aircraft was after departure, turn right to heading 290. So that's 29 to the west, essentially, 290 degrees magnetic heading. They didn't do that. Looking at the map, looking at the runway, looking at the impact of the jet and where it came to the ground there, that, as we see on our screen, it was a straight trajectory. This event happened very fast. Typically, corporate jets, any high-performance jets, especially airliners, if they were told to turn at a certain heading after departure, they need to do that for the safety of the airspace that they're transiting and flying through. So the fact that this jet took off, it didn't make a right turn to that heading, I believe something was going on inside that aircraft, and we just don't know right now.
Captain Alvarado, you know, this is your territory. You are a trained airline pilot yourself, a Marine at that. So the information you're sharing with us, some of this is new information to us tonight. I want to walk through this and as best we can so we can help our viewers understand what those codings and those directives meant and the way you heard it on the radio transmission from the tower to this Learjet. What is it that maybe got your attention about what didn't happen in the fashion that you think for pilots would know what should have taken place? What was that first thing that got your attention in the directive?
Well, the first thing that got my attention, as I mentioned, the pilots were given a air traffic control direction to turn after departure from runway 24. They were told to come to a heading of 290, a right turn, westerly heading to the west. They didn't do that. And these type of turns will occur above typically 400 to 500 feet. Flying out of JFK, flying out of LAX, which I do a lot, Florida, many of these airports over the country, when I'm given a direction to turn after departure, typically after 400 feet, or sooner, I am turning to that heading. And again, this is all in the name of safety, because these very busy airspaces, Philadelphia, New York, DC, they have a lot of aircraft coming and going. So it is very important, it's paramount, that these pilots pay attention to the instructions given by air traffic control. So I would imagine these pilots, if everything was going fine, if there was no issues with the aircraft, they would have had to turn, or would have turned by their own will, to a westerly heading. So in other words, after departure, they would have made a right turn. They didn't do that. That's the first thing that stood out to me. And then 2 miles later, there's an impact near the Roosevelt Mall. So this is very concerning. Something was going on inside that aircraft. It could have been a control malfunction. It could have been anything and everything.
Captain, before we let you go, the checks that pilots need to go through, you know, what are those steps like for this crew that was thinking they were going to have yet another flight mission, one that I'm sure they've done many times before? This is their profession. You know, walk us through that for a pilot, the checks, the things you're making sure are in place before you take off.
Well, if they were continuing on from another flight, they're doing a walk around of the aircraft, or making sure that physically the exterior of the aircraft is in sound fit conditions. They're making sure that there's no fluids leaking. They're making sure all panels are tight. And then after the passengers are on board and the cabin is closed, the pilots are going through checklists. They're making sure that they're following all the procedures that is required to get this jet off of the ground safely.
Captain Ron Alvarado, Marine and pilot, thank you for your insight and your perspective on this tragedy here in Philadelphia. Our breaking news coverage continues now here at 10:37. We have been on the air for a better part of the night. I want to bring you up to date if you're just joining us on what is happening in our great city of Philadelphia. The FAA now on scene of this horrific crash that happened just after 6 right along Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. That Learjet 55 taking off from the Northeast Philadelphia airport. 6 people on board, including a child. It is believed that everyone on board died. Tragic situation here. The mayor saying if you are in this area and you need shelter, there is a place for you to go. It's on your screen. It is Samuel Fells High School. It is open now if you need somewhere to go. Also, the mayor reminding people, if you see debris, don't touch that debris. Immediately call 911.
We are getting some new information confirmed here to Action News in regards to those who were on board. Shriners Children's Hospital has now put out a statement, and it says in part, Shriners Children's is heartbroken to confirm that one of our pediatric patients and the child's mother were aboard the Jet Rescue Air Ambulance that crashed in Philadelphia this evening. The patient had received care from Shriners Children's Hospital and was being transported back to her home country in Mexico on a contracted air ambulance when this crash happened. Because of patient privacy, of course, they're not really saying more at this time in regards to this young person's and the patient's identity and the family. But the statement goes on to say, Shriners Hospital is their hearts and prayers go out to the families of the medical crew and pilots who were also lost in this tragic event, as well as all of the people who were affected on the ground. And we're thankful to the first responders for their quick action. So this just into Action News, more confirmation as to who was on board. We're told that there were 6 people on board this Learjet 55 when it crashed. Now Shriners Children's is confirming that 2 of the people that were on board included a pediatric patient that was being treated by Shriners Children's Philadelphia and that person's mother at the time, and that those 2 were then to be transported back to their home country in Mexico. The patient was receiving care from Shriners Children's Hospital and was being transported back to her home country in Mexico on this air ambulance when the crash happened. They're sending their hearts and prayers out to the families of the medical crew and the pilots who were on board. According to the statement, and they should have more information than we should, because they're the ones who are impacted first line with those who are now, they're saying, lost from this crash. And so we know that the notifications are being made to the proper people who were impacted by this crash, which would include the 6 people who were on board this Learjet 55. Shriner's children then confirming that there has been and have been fatalities according to their information tonight, and that the patient that was being treated was a young child, a girl from Mexico. And so this just coming into Action News.
Tragedy becoming more and more real throughout the night as we continue to follow this heartbreak in the city of Philadelphia. We switch now to Action News' Christy Aletto, who's live for us at our satellite center, who's been gathering sound from our officials and also keeping an eye on some of the jaw-dropping and heartbreaking video coming into our newsroom of this incident tonight. Christy.
Yeah, Gray and Shari, we've been monitoring the feeds, and moments after that crash, we were inundated with calls from residents and even eyewitnesses trying to verify what they had just felt, seen, and heard. And then suddenly we were inundated with videos and pictures of not just the aftermath of the crash, but also the moment of impact. We've got more video that shows on the left or right here from a vantage point of a driver on Roosevelt Boulevard, dash cam capturing the Learjet falling fast out of the sky just a block or two ahead and from where it was stopped at a traffic light. The impact of that crash, again, lighting up the sky and a large plume of fire and smoke mushrooming overhead. Drivers stop and at some point even try to get out of their cars to make sense of what they just witnessed. And then residents also, you know, here on scene, you can see the fire literally spans the entire width of that street. Firefighters on scene trying to extinguish the flames, and then residents standing in horror on the sidewalks trying to make sense of what is behind this, the cause of this fire and all this smoke that is mushrooming from the street and also from what appears to be a home. You know, the mayor even said this evening that there were homes that were impacted, there were cars that were impacted, and we still don't know who were in those vehicles and who were in those homes. Some other video, Lau, possibly here we can see outside of a Dunkin' Donuts, debris scattered all over the sidewalk, all over the parking lot. Again, in the distance, a large fireball, black smoke billowing, and then all of the litter and debris just scattered across this sidewalk, people trying to figure out what has happened. And likely that could be, presumably some of that could be parts from the aircraft or parts just from other things that might have been hit during that crash. Again, people just trying to make sense of what happened. And then more vantage points from this right here, drone video overhead of the scene. And we've been hearing from our reporters that are out there saying that this scene spans several blocks. Just from the view itself, it looks like two to five blocks, but I mean, this is a large scene. We know that they've been trying to call in additional personnel to work overnight well into the morning, and it also gives you a sense of the area and how densely populated it is. It's commercial businesses on one side, residential on the other. Again, going back to what the mayor said, there were homes that were on fire, there were vehicles that were impacted, and even some of our witnesses saying that there were people who were also on fire walking around. So we know that there were 6 individuals that were on that chopper. We still don't know how many individuals on the ground may or may not have been impacted by this, but certainly this is just heartbreaking that it is hitting so close to home just days after what we saw and witnessed in Washington, D.C., and now we are trying to come together and piece together and like be there for one another as we try to make sense of what is happening in our very own neighborhood. Shari and Gray.
Christy Aletto with that report. Christy, thank you. This continues to develop throughout the night. Again, if you're just joining us, this tragedy unfolding just a little after 6. That Learjet 55 crashing there in northeast Philadelphia, right there along Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard. Heartbreaking situation there. We're hearing now more about the 6 lives lost that we know about so far. Those 6 individuals on that plane tonight. We know that, of course, 4 were crew members, 1 a pediatric patient, and her mother was on that plane. We just heard from Shriners confirming that that child was actually on that plane. Shriners saying that they are heartbroken tonight to confirm that one of their pediatric patients and that child's mother were indeed on board that jet rescue air ambulance that crashed in Northeast Philadelphia. So as we get more information about this tragedy, it becomes ever so real that it happened right here in our backyards, and there were fatalities. And what makes this situation more sad is the fact that this was a pediatric patient.
Is this new video? And I'm not sure if we've seen
I
this
think
particular
we may have seen this video
angle.
before
Okay.
the explosion. Yeah.
We've had so much video come in, and for our viewers, any way you can help us tell the story, of course, we welcome you to send us video and pictures of what your experience was tonight when this Learjet went down. We want to go now to Action News reporter Jessica Cartalia, who is near the scene and has been talking with witnesses through.
She's actually not ready yet, but as we get her prepared, we want to say we did talk to an expert not too long ago, Captain Ron Alvarado, a Marine and pilot, saying that on his perspective of the video that he was looking at here, as you saw that plane make a nosedive, we know that FAA and NTSB still have to do their investigation, but his expertise and what he's seeing, he says that something he believes inside the cockpit went wrong. He's saying that the plane, from what he was hearing, was supposed to make a turn. That turn did not happen. We do not know exactly what happened, but in the coming days and months, we of course will find out as officials come and do their assessment and of course collect the black boxes that are on that Lear 55 jet.
We now want to go to Action News reporter Jessica Cartalia, who's been speaking with witnesses tonight who've been sharing their accounts. Jessica, some of them, of course, very shaken by what they saw and experienced tonight.
Absolutely. Shari and Gray, you both mentioned when anytime that there's a pediatric case involved, just how heartbreaking it is. We should also mention Shriners and all of the incredible work that they do. Everything is funded by donations. And these children and these doctors and everyone who works with Shriners are just really, really phenomenal people. And hopefully we can do a follow-up story on them. But here on the scene, we've spoken with a number of witnesses who were here. They were either working or in the area out to get dinner. This happened right around dinner time. Many people just trying to get home to their houses, but so many streets in this area are currently blocked. Cottman Avenue is completely shut down as police are continuing to look for some of this debris, which is all evidence at this point as they continue to gather information. Witnesses that we spoke with, one of them was working out, says that they saw the whole room started to shake and there were weights that were literally flying off of the walls. Another man that we spoke with said he was so concerned because he was trying to get a hold of his cousin who was working at a Chipotle nearby, and when his cousin wasn't answering his phone, he got really worried that something had happened. Again, so many people had questions as to what exactly went down here. We're also hearing so many reports of that debris landing on cars and causing a fire. So we're still trying to figure out exactly how many people on the ground were affected by this and the damage that may have been caused to some of the homes. Also, we had a witness tell us that there was a bus that was moving through the area that was hit with debris and people were getting off the bus and were injured. So, what's challenging about these stories is we're out here and witnesses want to talk to us because they want to share their stories. It's also crucial that we verify that all the information is in fact correct before then sharing it with you. There is so much video that is out there, and as we know, especially in a time of AI, we have to be so careful about social media and how that information is spread. And it's often this false information or these fake videos that are reposted more times. So please make sure if you are doing that at home or you are sharing video with friends that you do so respectfully and that you make sure that that video is in fact verified. We're going to continue to be out here and gather more information. We do have several interesting interviews from people that we spoke with that arrived at the scene momentarily after this happened, or within moments rather, I should say, and then other people who were here and saw the entire situation as it was unfolding. So we're going to try to turn that over and get that back to you as soon as possible. But for now, Shari and Gray, back to you.
Jessica Cartalia live on the scene there. Great perspective, great reporting. Jessica, we'll check back with you throughout the night.
Of course, there's going to be a lot of questions as to what went wrong for the pilots, who were, of course, doing their best. They're trained. So something tonight happened and did not go as planned. The weather, the conditions, that will also, of course, be a part of the investigation. We do want to bring in meteorologist Cecily Tynan, who was following conditions at the time of this crash. Of course, Cecily, this plane going down just after 6 o'clock tonight, and you know that there's quite a bit of weather that's been through the area recently.
And Shari and Gray, whenever there is a plane crash, one thing they investigate is the weather. And we did have adverse weather conditions, but Storm Tracker 6 showing at the time of the crash, there was just a little bit of light rain around. We didn't have any severe weather, no severe thunderstorms, no huge downdrafts. And as far as the fog, we had some really dense fog earlier in the day, but by about 6 o'clock, Northeast Philadelphia Airport, there was 6-mile visibility. There was a low cloud deck ceiling at about 600 feet, but again, the rain was light, the winds not a huge factor out of the southwest at 10 miles an hour, and the ground temperature about 48 degrees, so even about 1,600 feet up from the surface where the plane likely was, it was still well above freezing, so there are no issues with icing. Now, as far as the cloud deck, to kind of put it in perspective, if we had clear skies, this is what it looks like. When you have a cloud deck of about 600 feet, several of the center city buildings, you can't see the tops of it. You can see City Hall, it's pretty low, but as far as Comcast Center, 1-2 Liberty Place, you wouldn't see the tops of the buildings. So there were adverse weather conditions, but certainly not weather conditions that typically flights don't take off, don't land. And actually, during this time, we didn't even have a lot of flight delays in the mid-Atlantic. Now, as far as the weekend for the investigators, for the cleanup crew, we will not have adverse weather conditions. It will be windy tomorrow. The sunshine returns. Those winds out of the northwest about 15 to 25 miles per hour. So wind chills will be in the 20s. Going to be a cool day, but we will see the return of sunshine with an air temperature of 40 degrees for the high. On Sunday, it clouds up, but it should be a dry day with a high of 41 degrees. So the weather will be improving overnight as that rain pushes out. Back to you guys.
Okay, Cecily, thank you for your insight in regards to the weather. You're absolutely right. When plane crashes happen, that is top of the list for the FAA and NTSB as part of their investigation.
And we continue to follow this breaking news story, and as that new information comes in, we are now getting a better idea of who was on that Learjet 55 that crashed just after 6 there in Northeast Philadelphia. We know tonight 6 people were on that plane that went down there, 4 crew members, and also now we know Shriners Children's Hospital saying a patient of theirs and her mother were on that plane. They had received treatment, were in the process of being transported back to their home country of Mexico. They're confirming tonight that mother and child did die in this horrific crash there in Northeast Philadelphia. Exactly what happened tonight, still a mystery. We don't know what happened. It'll be some time likely before we know. We know that this is a full-fledged investigation. You have the National Transportation Safety Board here on scene. Also, FAA, State Police, Philadelphia Fire and Police Department. We heard from officials, the governor speaking not too long ago, joined by Mayor Sherrell Parker and other top brass across the city of Philadelphia. We also heard from the NTSB tonight, saying that they are here in the area as they begin their investigation. They say that they arrived here on scene. Additional team members will be arriving on Saturday. And Shari, as you know, as we've covered breaking news stories like this, it'll be quite some time before they figure out exactly what caused that plane to go down.
Yeah, the investigations are extensive,
yeah,
and as they should be, because you know this is rare. This doesn't happen on a regular basis. Plane crashes are not common, and yet here we are, Gray, talking about our second plane crash in a matter of 2 days here in the United States. It has sent shockwaves through this country, and tonight all eyes are on Philadelphia and what has happened here, because it has happened yet again. We want to go now to Action News reporter Brianna Gallagher, who is live for us in Northeast Philadelphia, where the city is doing their best, Brianna, to help those who might need some assistance tonight.
That's right, Shari and Gray. The city is doing their best, coming together to do what they can for all of those who are displaced tonight. We're outside of Samuel Fells High School. You can see that people are starting to arrive as they are getting ready to set up a shelter for anyone who may be displaced. In charge of this shelter is the American Red Cross, working alongside the Philadelphia Office of Emergency Management. We're told no one has arrived here just yet. We also still have people coming from the scene, making their way here to contribute and start setting things up. So far, we've just seen people and volunteers of the American Red Cross bringing in supplies as they're getting things set up through those doors. This is where as close as we're allowed to get at this moment, but so far no one has come here just yet. You heard from Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker, anyone who is displaced, urging them to come here, anyone who can't get inside of their home to come to this shelter. If people are inside of their homes, to stay put, and if you don't have to be in that area, to avoid the area. So once again, we are set up outside of Samuel Fells High School here, a shelter that is now in the works of getting set up with the American Red Cross and the Philadelphia Office of Emergency Management. We're told that some of the officials will start to make their way here as this gets set up further, and we wait for those who are displaced. Gray, Shari.
Brianna, thank you so much for your reporting there. The city needing to prepare and be ready. So if there is assistance needed, that there is a place to go, and that is that location at Fells High School right there in the Northeast. Of course, that community knows that area very well, where the high school is, not too far from the ShopRite, right around the corner from Lawncrest. That whole area, of course, in the Northeast, Fells High School, very well known. So we've been covering this crash tonight, this Learjet 55, which crashed just after 6 o'clock. As we continue to get more information, we've been on the air since the 7 o'clock hour. Action News came on live to give you these updates as we have been receiving them into our newsroom here tonight.
And we thank you for watching Action News at PHL on 17. Our coverage now continues, of course, on 6 ABC as we continue to follow this tragedy.
So for those of you who are joining us and still with us on Action News 6 ABC, thank you for being with us. I also know that a lot of you are watching through your social media platforms and through your devices streaming 6 ABC. That is also happening. We've heard from you, and we know that you're watching people who do not live in our area, but they are very interested in what's happening here in the city of Philadelphia with this plane crash tonight, which is, of course, garnering national attention. So much so we also did receive a statement from President Donald Trump as he too is monitoring the developments here in Philadelphia as it pertains to this Learjet 55, which crashed just after 6 o'clock with 6 people on board. We recently got an update within the last 20 minutes, receiving more information as to who was on board as we take a look at the images that have come in from our viewers throughout the night. I first got word about this at 6:11. That was my first text message tonight from a first responder who was concerned about what was happening. The mayor has talked tonight, Mayor Sherelle Parker, letting us know that this indeed did happen just after 6 o'clock tonight, where the plane went down right near the mall there off Roosevelt Boulevard, a very populated, highly dense residential area, hundreds of businesses. This is a very busy part of the city of Philadelphia.
And Shari, as we continue to see the images coming into our newsroom via social media and our viewers who were actually there and witnessed this tragedy, people likely want to know more about this aircraft. And we're learning a bit more about this Learjet 55. We know it is with the company called Jet Rescue Air Ambulance. And we know tonight that you are probably curious about this aircraft. We know that it's an air ambulance company, has been operating since 2015. The company licensed by the state of Florida and provides air rescue services across the U.S. and in major cities throughout Mexico. We know tonight 6 souls were on that plane. It is presumed none of the individuals made it out alive. We know a young child and her mother headed back to Mexico after being treated at Shriners did not survive.
Yeah, we did get confirmation that there were 6 people on board this Learjet when it crashed. Heavy hearts here in our city, heavy hearts across the country as they are, of course, watching what's happening in Philadelphia.
And you're now watching Action News at 11. Our breaking coverage continues tonight on that Learjet 55 that crashed in northeast Philadelphia a bit after 6 o'clock. We know tonight 6 individuals have lost their lives.
I'm Shari Williams alongside Gray Hall. Thank you for joining us and being here with us in this continuing breaking news coverage. We've been on the air now since about 7:15 this evening, here live on the air. The crash itself, though, was reported shortly after 6 o'clock. Let's bring you up to speed as to everything we have learned so far this evening. It was shortly after 6 o'clock when this Learjet 55, it crashed after departing from the northeast Philadelphia airport. We're told that there were 6 people on board this Learjet. The plane was en route to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri. This was a medical assignment tonight. This was a jet being used as an air ambulance. We now know that on board was a pediatric patient being taken care of by Shriners Hospital of Philadelphia. We also know on board with that pediatric patient was the mother of that child. Those two, the mother and the child, were being transported back to their home country of Mexico. That was the ultimate destination. Maybe Missouri was going to be a part of their journey as they make their way down to Mexico. Shriners Children putting out a statement just in the last 25-30 minutes, and it reads in part that Shriners Children's is heartbroken to confirm that one of our pediatric patients and the child's mother were aboard the jet rescue air ambulance that crashed in Philadelphia this evening. But because of patient privacy and concerns, they're not saying more about the patient's identity or the patient's family. That, of course, is understandable. But this lets us know that these families that were impacted by the crash are being notified, and next of kin is being notified of the crash tonight. Their statement goes on to say, our hearts and prayers go out to the families of the medical crew and pilots who were also lost in this tragic event.
We should also mention that there were other injuries on the ground tonight that we're getting confirmation about. Temple Jeans Hospital saying that it received 6 patients. 3, we've learned, have been released. 3 are said to be in fair condition tonight. And as we talk about this tragedy, let's talk about the distance of the airport. About 4 miles away from where it went down. We know this plane was in the air for about 30 seconds before it went down. So it was in the air a short amount of time. We know something horribly went wrong. Exactly what that was, we don't know, but we know investigators will begin their investigation, and it will take some time before we know that. Action News reporter Annie McCormick, she's been live for us at Northeast Philadelphia Airport, covering the situation there and talking to her sources. Annie, what are you hearing more about this breaking situation?
Yeah, well, Greg, we do know that that jet rescue air ambulance did take off from runway 24 here at Northeast Airport just after 6 o'clock and was only in the air for a very brief amount of time. The company saying that the crash happened at about 25 past 6. That is when the crash did occur, of course, with 6 people on board, including that young patient, the patient's mother, a patient of Shriner Hospital, and also the medic staff on board and the pilots as well. We can tell you that when we arrived here, we were able to see a number of federal investigators responding. Governor Shapiro did confirmed that 4 investigators from the FAA and 4 from the NTSB were dispatched out here. We saw them load up. There seemed to be a meeting inside, and then they took off, presumably to go to the crash site. And there's a couple things that they're going to be looking at, as with any crash. They're going to be looking at weather conditions. Those in the aviation community have explained to me that these types of jets do have different instruments that are able to be used in weather conditions that might be a little bit rougher than a normal plane. It depends on the type of instruments, but because this is a medic jet, they have those instruments that rain may not be too much of a problem for them. They're going to be looking at a number of other things, including the transmissions. You heard the aviation expert talk about that. You also heard him talk about how he anticipated that the plane was supposed to make a left turn and it did not. They're going to be looking at the fuel. I'm told that already tonight, shortly after the crash occurred, heard that they were checking the fuel out here. One of the things they were checking is to see whether or not any water, maybe from the inclement weather, got into that fuel. That's one thing I'm told is protocol when this all happens. The other thing that many people are curious about is with the engine. Was this an engine failure situation? There is still so much to go through. Of course, officials on all levels are coming together tonight to work on this. Mayor Sherrell Parker said this a short time ago.
Let me start by thanking each of you for being here. I want to go through some basic facts about what we know for certain right now. An aircraft went down in the vicinity of Roosevelt Mall on Cottman Avenue. This occurred shortly after 6 p.m. this evening. As of right now, we have no reports on the number of fatalities. So right now, we're just asking for prayers for any and everyone who may have been affected. We do want to note that several dwellings and vehicles were impacted. So what are we asking you to do for us right now, Philadelphia? We're urging you to please stay away from the scene. If you see debris, call 911. Don't touch anything. This is still an active scene under investigation. I'm proud to note that all of our federal and state partners, they are either en route here or on the ground with us right now. We did see some neighbors who live in the surrounding community. Just stay in your home. Again, it's still an active scene and it's under investigation. This is only the first of many briefings, I'm sure, to come on this evening. And of course, when daylight comes, when we have more facts and information to share with you. But I do want to say a special thank you right now, again, to all of our federal and state partners and our amazing first responders right here in the city of Philadelphia. Our fire, our EMS, our police department, they have been here working vigorously to ensure that we get this perimeter and the surrounding area blocked off to ensure that we make public safety and health our #1 priority. So we don't have any further information to share at this time. I've spoken to our Governor Josh Shapiro. He is en route. I've spoken to our U.S. Senator John Fetterman, other federal officials, and everyone, all hands on deck. That's where we are right now. Thank you so very much, and we'll have more information to report in the near future.
Now, I'm talking just about the federal investigation. This is going to be a huge undertaking for those investigators. Just to give you some perspective, if there is a crashes we've covered in the past that happen in more of a rural area, they have that area where there's not a lot else going on there. So in a way, the crash scene is a little bit more contained. But when you have it at Cottman and the Boulevard with residences and the mall, it is such a wide breadth of area that they're going to have to collect all of that debris. Of course, the black box is something that they're already going to check, but to collect all of that debris, we've been told in the past by the NTSB investigators when we've been on these types of scenes before that they have to basically take everything, reconstruct it. So this is normally would take about 2 years for an entire investigation. So this will take a lengthy amount of time. For now, we're live at the Northeast Airport. Annie McCormick.
Okay, Annie, thanks for your reporting throughout this evening and all of the updates you've brought us in regards to the FAA and the NTSB and their work that's cut out for them.
Yeah, we are continuing to hear about the injuries and the fatalities tonight. So far, we know 6 individuals have lost their lives. They were all on that Lear Jet 55 that went down there in Northeast Philadelphia. We heard 4 crew members were on this particular plane, a pediatric patient and her mother. They were patients with Shriners. Shriners releasing a statement talking about their heartbreak tonight. So devastating. We also know that Temple Jeans Hospital received 6 patients, 3 released, 3 said to be in fair condition tonight. Presumably that number will go up throughout the night. We also heard from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia saying that none of its patients were on board that plane and the flight was not affiliated with its hospital. So that good news for the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia tonight.
We want to go now to Action News reporter Brianna Smith, who has been reporting from near the scene there, which of course a large perimeter. So let's check in now with Brianna Smith and the latest from there. Brianna.
Yeah, Shari and Gray, first responders and agencies have been here for hours now, from the local to the state to the federal level, working hard to investigate the area, but it feels much calmer and quieter compared to when we first arrived here on scene. Before, this area was just covered with witnesses and bystanders taking video, remaining in disbelief at what they were seeing unfold. And we spoke to some of those witnesses who say they saw that explosion that lit up the sky, and they just said it was unbelievable. And their hearts go out to the family and friends who are impacted by this situation. And again, you can see it's still very much an active scene here, and you see the flashing lights, the police officers that span blocks at this scene. We also spoke to Governor Josh Shapiro. He was here tonight, and this is what he had to say.
We have 25 members of our PennDOT team who are here right now. We have members of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Authority who are here, including our director, Randy Padfield, who joins me behind here. We also have members of DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, who are here to make sure that any hazardous materials are addressed. And as you heard the mayor reference, we're joined by several state representatives and senators. I want to thank them. They will make sure that whatever is needed for this community gets to this community. I also spoke earlier this evening with the United States Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Duffy.
About this being a unified response to this aviation disaster. I think he put that in a really great way, talking about how many agencies are coming together to piece together what happened here tonight. And of course, our thoughts and prayers go out to those who are affected. Again, we spoke to those witnesses who saw this all unfold, and then you think about the family members and those impacted, those who lost their lives. And this is just the beginning of this investigation. This is going to take a while to figure out what happened here, and of course we will keep you updated as we learn more. Shari and Gray.
Okay, Brianna, thank you for your reporting and your perspective tonight on this tragedy in the city of Philadelphia tonight. As we continue to monitor this breaking news situation, of course the videos continue to come in, and just looking at these videos, just unbelievable that this happened in our community, in our neighborhood, and so many people, of course, tonight impacted by this. That plane in the air for about 30 seconds, we're hearing, before it made that what appeared to be a nosedive right there in Northeast Philadelphia along Cottman Avenue, Roosevelt Boulevard. We know homes were on fire, buildings were on fire, cars were on fire, and sadly, people walking the street were on fire.
Yeah, this incident cannot be lost on us.
No.
The humanity and knowing really what's happening in these moments where this plane wasn't able to keep its lift and to stay afloat. And the videos that are coming in that really tell the story. Seeing the explosion, seeing the people react in awe, shocked by what happened, wanting to know more of what was going on. It really just tells the story of those families. We can't begin to imagine, for those who are learning tonight, that their loved ones did not make it.
We want to switch now to Action News reporter Brianna Gallagher. She is live now at a shelter, and she's joined by...
This is Councilmember Anthony Phillips joining Brianna, and I'm sure he has a lot to say, Brianna, and sharing with you on reaction to this incident.
Yes, great, Shari. As first responders and officials are still on scene, volunteers are making their way here to Samuel Fells High School. And this is where officials are telling people to come. If you need shelter, you can't get to your home, this is where you should come. And I'm joined, by Councilmember right now. Why are you out here tonight?
Yeah, I'm out here because a lot of our residents have been impacted. I represent this lower northeast part of the district, and this is our high school. And I wanted to make sure that the residents that are here know that, we're here for them. Honestly, this is a communities coming together. As I was walking into the shelter tonight, I had noticed 3 residents bringing water and other supplies to make sure that those who were affected by the tragedy felt good, And also when I was in there, I was listening to a resident tell me her story. She was literally five doors down from the tragedy, watching TV, doing work, eating food, and she had stuff in her hands. And immediately when the plane struck, everything at her hands flew up in the air. Her dog ran down to the basement, and she went rushing after her dog to make sure he was safe, but the dog was petrified. When she's going to the basement, she noticed all of her front windows were out. So a lot of the residents that are coming here, can you imagine, their homes are full of debris, their windows are out, it's not even hospitable. So that whole neighborhood has been really, really impacted in a devastating way. So right now, we need love, we need prayers, we need support right here in our district. So if you want to come down to Samuel Fells High School, bring food, bring love, prayers, and also supplies for our residents right now. So
I know, what do things look like in there? I know you said you just saw a handful of people, and I know we spoke a moment ago about that woman. You know, these stories that keep coming out, these people that were there when this happened, it's heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking. It's quite devastating. What you see in there right now are people who are right now they're sitting down with blankets over them. They're being comforted by Red Cross workers, because Red Cross workers also have mental health support services that they're giving them as well. And they're showing them love, and they're getting water, they're getting food that's might needed. They're also being evaluated for any medical issues that they may be going through as well. But this is going to be a long process, and what I know for sure is that the city is going to have their back in terms of rebuilding their homes that have been impacted, but also the mental health support that they're going to need as well, because you know, your home is never going to feel the same, you know, after a tragedy like that. And you got to find a way to get back into the home, back into the groove of things. I mean, this has been a gut-wrenching week for me, honestly, and I can only imagine it's a gut-wrenching week for the rest of the city of Philadelphia as well, especially for these residents who are just being really impacted. So, yeah. I know we heard Mayor Cheryl Parker and Governor Josh Shapiro stress that this is a unified effort. No stone will be left unturned, and you know, people are going to be coming together to help those that are impacted. Yeah, absolutely. Right now, we're in our office, we're trying to figure out ways to make sure we get the word out about 1-800 Red Cross and other support services that could be there, whether that be mental health or financial services that people are going to need at this moment. But we also, on the city council side, we clearly now understand that there is something going on in the aviation across the nation, and we're trying to think about, as council members, what's next. So, like, how can we find ways to make sure aviation is strong in our nation, because that's supposed to be one of the safest places to be on, and that's not. It doesn't feel that way right now, and people are feeling this gut wrench in their hearts and their throats right now. It's terrible. All we need is God. You know, we really need God to see us through this one, and I know people are praying for us. Thank you, Councilman Phillips, for joining us. We appreciate it. Thank you. And if you do have anything, any volunteers, anything that you can donate, you can bring them on down here to the high school. We're going to send it back to you guys. Shari, Gray.
Well, we're thankful to Council Member Phillips for joining us and sharing his perspective of what's happening to the residents, our neighbors in the Northeast tonight.
And as we continue our breaking news coverage of this crash here in Northeast Philadelphia, I believe now we have some sound from the tower as this Learjet 55 came down in Northeast Philadelphia. Let's listen.
Condition 755. We have a lost aircraft. We're not exactly sure what happened, so we're trying to figure it out. For now, the field is going to be closed, so no inbounds or outbounds probably. 60908 Foxtrot. I'm sure you copied that, but for right now, we're gonna call the field closed. We'll try to get you out here when we can. If we can't, we'll have to take you over to Atlantic. But stand by for now.
So we'll have to get more information as to the context of the exchange that was happening there. That is a piece of the audio from the control tower in relation to the time frame of when the Learjet 55 was set to depart from the airport in Northeast Philadelphia. We'll work to get more context as to what the conversation was about, but that is the audio that we have, as we're still, of course, for the first time playing that on the air here during our coverage. We will continue to decipher from that, but that is part of the audio from the control tower.
We should mention that we spoke to an expert earlier, Captain Ron Alvarado. He's a Marine and pilot, airline pilot. He heard that piece of audio there, and his assessment, he's saying that the plane was supposed to make, I believe, some turn. I can't remember if it's right or left, but the Learjet 55 was supposed to make a right turn or left turn. That did not happen. So for him, that meant that something went wrong inside the plane. But of course, officially, the NTSB and the FAA have to make that final assessment.
Yeah, something went wrong, and it went wrong quickly. Yeah. Meteorologist Cecily Tynan now joining us. Of course, when planes are ready to fly, the weather conditions are a major part of it, Cecily.
Yes, and whenever there's a plane crash, something that investigators do look at are the weather conditions. Today, it was a rainy, foggy day, but right around time when the plane took off and then crashed moments later, Storm Tracker 6 shows that there was just some light rain around. It wasn't a driving heavy rain. Certainly wasn't a nice day. There were adverse conditions, but the fog had actually lifted from earlier today. So at the time of the crash, northeast Philadelphia, there was a 6-mile visibility. Now, the cloud deck was relatively low, about 600 feet. The rain was light, winds really not a factor out of the southwest at 10 miles per hour. The ground temperature 48 degrees, and even higher up in the atmosphere, temperatures were well above freezing where the plane would have been, so icing not an issue. Now, as far as the cloud deck, to kind of put it in perspective what this means, clear skies, this is what the Center City skyline looks like. When you have a cloud deck that's about 600 feet, you can still see the top of City Hall, you can still see William Penn, but you can't see the tops of some of the buildings in Center City. Comcast Center 1 and 2 Liberty Place blocked out, but it doesn't look like the weather conditions would have caused a plane to nosedive like that. Now, Storm Tracker 6 live right now showing the rain is pushing out. We still have some heavy rain across parts of South Jersey, light rain in Philadelphia, but notice north and west that rain is beginning to exit. It should be pushing off the coast by about 3 o'clock in the morning. So the exclusive AccuWeather 7-day forecast tomorrow, the sunshine is back, 40 degrees for the high, but the winds will be gusting about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So that 40 will feel more like temperatures are in the 20s when you factor in the wind chill. Sunday, Groundhog Day, the clouds roll in, disturbance up to the north. Should be dry here though. 41 degrees for the high, and then Monday we're up to 54 degrees. Lots of clouds, but very mild. Temperatures drop back into the 40s on Tuesday, 48 degrees, partly sunny. Now Wednesday's the one colder day of the week with a high of 40 degrees, and in the afternoon we could get a rain or snow shower. Thursday back up to 55 degrees with some rain showers, and Friday mostly sunny with a high of 48 degrees. So no big weather concerns for the weekend for the investigators and for people displaced. Back to you guys.
Cecily Tynan with that report. Cecily, thank you for your insight and perspective on this.
Our continuing coverage of our big story tonight, of course, this Learjet 55 that has crashed in Philadelphia continues now. We want to go to Action News reporter Leland Pender, who's been doing the reporting in regards to those who needed to be treated and sent to hospitals tonight. Leland.
Yeah, and Shari and Gray, I just don't think we're going to get any definitive information on injuries and those potential fatalities tonight. It's just such a wide-ranging investigation with still so much to go through as far as, you know, reports and looking at the plane and the scene there in northeast Philadelphia. It's just not known right now. We've gotten updates from the mayor and other officials tonight, and they're saying what they can, but as far as injuries and fatalities, they just don't have that information. Here at Jefferson Torresdale Hospital, we have been monitoring the situation here. There's been a cop out front for several hours, as long as we've been here, and we now know that the only people getting through to the hospital are people who either work here or are family members of the victims. There have been a number, I don't have a number for you, but there has been a number of ambulances coming through here all throughout the evening. Police vehicles as well. Some have their sirens and lights activated. Some come in without those lights activated, but there has been easily maybe 2 or 3 dozen in and out throughout the night. We are hearing from another hospital system, Temple Health. They say they did have a handful of patients that they treated as a result of this plane crash tonight. Here at Jefferson Health, they're not saying how many patients have been treated across their healthcare system or here at Jefferson Torresdale, but certainly we know that some people have been brought here for treatment. What the injuries could be, we just don't know. Obviously, burns, that is, of course, a possibility. Any number of physical injuries is possible. We've heard throughout the night from reporters who were at the scene of some of the things they have seen. A man on fire, someone described, limbs. This is just so horrific. And this is just the beginning, and there's still so much to uncover and to learn about what happened and how many people have been affected. Of course, we know the tragic end for those people on the plane, but this happened in such a busy area of the city, homes, the mall, just so many places where people would have been at 6 o'clock at night, early in the evening, dinner time, having fun with friends, out and about running errands. So it just remains to be seen the scope of the injuries and unfortunately death that we may see as a result of this. But for now, we're live here outside Jefferson, Torresdale. Leland Pender, Channel 6 Action News. Shari and Gray, back to you.
All right, Leland, thanks for your report there from the hospital.
We are joined now by Shriners spokesperson, Mel Bauer. Mel, first of all, our hearts go out to you and your staff. We have learned that a patient and a mother have lost their lives in this horrible crash in Northeast Philadelphia. Tell us more about what you know about the situation and the patient and the mom.
Well, thank you for your condolences. We appreciate that. It's just the most tragic situation. You know, we care for children from all over the world at our facilities here in the U.S. and abroad. And the goal, of course, is always that they live their best life and that we enable them to do all the things that they want to do. And to have such a tragic end for this patient is just devastating and heartbreaking for all of us at Shriners.
Mel, we want to just thank you again. This is Shari Williams speaking with you here on the phone. And then we can only imagine what you must be feeling, you and your organization, to see the images that are coming in. How are you communicating with your own staff as you're getting word of what has unfolded tonight?
Well, I think we're all still in shock. I think that, our patient ended her care at our facility today and had a send-off by the team there. And I think we're all still just beginning to process, how something so tragic could have happened, and just the devastation of all of this, I think, hasn't even really started to sink in yet. But of course, not just for our patient, but for those on the ground and the medical crew in the plane. There's so many tonight that our hearts go out to. It's not just our patient, but of course, that's where our heart really is with our own patient. But just the devastation that we're seeing from this unbelievable situation is just so tragic.
This is a person who we can already imagine then was already in a life fight already, because receiving care and treatment from Shriners Children's. You guys do an amazing job, the work that you do to help families recover and push through their health challenges. And now this to happen. It started, I'm sure, as a day that you thought was one to celebrate, as this child was leaving today and had completed their medical treatment with Shriners.
Well, as you said, we take care of children with complex medical conditions all over the globe. And it's a routine act for us to bring patients internationally to our facilities. And this is just something so unexpected. It's never something we've encountered before. And it's usually very routine for us to bring patients from all over the globe to different facilities, but particularly to Philadelphia, where we have a lot of international patients that are seen and treated because of the world-class care that we're able to provide there. And this sort of ending is just hard to even contemplate, to be honest.
And Mel, we know for you, this is so real. And these individuals were not just a number. This was a mother and her young child. On a human level, how do you and your staff move forward? We know the work that you do. You see tragedies on a daily basis, but this is to the extreme. What do you say to your staff tomorrow morning or later tonight?
Whenever we encounter difficulties such as this, we always actually look to our own patients, because they exhibit a strength that many of us as adults have simply stopped learning how to possess. The hope, the joy that they possess, the strength that they show us, they actually give us the strength. that it takes to move forward from a situation like this. And so I would imagine in the coming days, we will really be drawing on the strength of our own patients who have, so much strength in the adversity that they overcome, so much courage in the challenges that they face, and their approach to life is really just an inspiration to us. And so I think we'll just all be drawing together in the coming days and drawing from that energy that our incredible patients possess each and every day, and tapping into their joy and their hopefulness during our own sadness.
Yeah, you and your staff, we know that you do a special work as it is, the work that you do to help families push through and to overcome the challenges that they're facing in their medical and health. Mel Bauer with Shriners Children's Hospital, we thank you for taking the time to speak with us as this is unfolding in the city of Philadelphia. You didn't have to do it, so thank you for taking the time to update us with those words. And our thoughts are with you and your staff, and of course, what we've learned about the patient and the family and the 4 crew members on board that Learjet 55 tonight.
Thank you, Mel. We switch now back to Action News reporter Jessica Curtalia live for us there near the scene. You've been talking to witnesses all night, Jessica. Fill us in more on what those witnesses are saying.
So, Gray, as we've been saying all evening, this was such a busy time of night when that plane went down. So there were several people who were in this area at the time and witnessed the entire event unfold. And then so many witnesses came to check out the scene from another vantage point. Also, people who are just trying to get home tonight. And there are so many roads blocked off in this area that they're not able to get back to their houses. So they're being sent over to the high school in the interim. But I want to take or give you guys a listen to some of the people that we spoke with earlier today.
Came out of Wendy's, we got like a couple whoppers. It was like a boom. We all stepped back and it was real crazy. It was like real bright. And one of them actually fell to the floor. I just stood there looking like, oh.
It felt like the ground shook and you could hear it was a loud boom. It was startling.
I've seen body parts scattered all over the explosion, and it was just very graphic.
And you're looking live now at Bustleton and Cottman. This entire area is cordoned off as the investigation continues. And I know that the mayor said earlier in her press conference that they will rely on the sunlight tomorrow morning to give them a better view of all of the debris that has fallen. Again, they're also being told if you see anything in this area, if you have any debris, if you live nearby and you see a piece of perhaps the plane in your yard, don't touch it. It is considered evidence at this point. But again, it's unclear how long these roads will be shut down. We have seen some movement with cars in this area, but you have to understand that these parking lots were full at the time because people were working. They were stopping by to pick up dinner for this evening or working out at the gym nearby across the street. And those cars are also slowly being let out so that they can make their way out of this scene, if you will. So, of course, we're going to stay on top of this story throughout the evening, and we'll bring you any updates as soon as we get them. Back to you both.
Okay, Jessica, thank you for your reporting tonight. We want to get now to this. Of course, this plane crash getting the attention of the entire nation, including our president this evening. And he did put out a statement, and it reads in part, "More innocent souls lost. Our people are totally engaged. First responders are already being given credit for doing a great job. More to follow. God bless you all." That a statement from President Donald Trump. Of course, the White House monitoring what's happening here in Philadelphia tonight, as this now makes the second plane crash in 48 hours.
And as we are about to wrap our breaking news coverage up here, a reminder, this all happening just a little after 6 along Cottman Avenue and Roosevelt Boulevard when that Learjet 55 crashed, went down there in the middle of our great city. We know that Learjet was carrying 6 people. We know tonight 2 of the individuals who passed, a mother and daughter, were headed back to Mexico after their treatment here.
Yeah, they had been receiving treatment at Shriners Hospital. And this flight, the goal was to get this family back to Mexico, and took off from the airport in Northeast Philadelphia, and it crashed shortly after takeoff. For those of you who've been watching with us on the coverage ever since this happened just after 6, thank you for watching Action News. Of course, our coverage doesn't end here. You can always check us out on our website, 6abc.com, and also updates on our app, the 6ABC app. We invite you to find all the updates from there, from the team that's working in the newsroom, our producers, and our web writers and producers and digital team members as well, working to gather all the information that has come in tonight on this major breaking news story.
And a reminder, our coverage not stopping here. It will continue tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. with our weekend morning team.
For Gray Hall, for all of us at Action News, I'm Shari Williams. Have a great night. We'll see you back here for our next newscast, 5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
From Hollywood, it's Jimmy Kimmel Live. Tonight, Jesse Eisenberg, Danielle Deadwhite, and music from Larkin Poe with Cleto and the Cletos. And now, Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Los Angeles, where I don't want to ruin the fun, but we find ourselves once again on fire. There's another fire spreading north of us at Castaic Lake. Thousands of people are being evacuated again. And I have to say, in times like these, that I am grateful that we have stiff-spined, strong-minded leaders like Squirrel of the House Mike Johnson, who pulled Trump's little nuts out of his mouth for just a minute, long enough to assure us that he would never sink so low as to play politics with much-needed federal aid to our state.
You go to California, they're a sanctuary state. L.A. and San Francisco are sanctuary cities.
Yeah.
Okay. Gavin is doubling down on a fight Trump agenda, you know, Trump-proof California.
Right.
And so are you saying that California, if they continue to aid and abet law-breaking and harbor illegal immigrants, money from D.C. gets cut off?
Yeah, we're talking about conditions to this disaster. Look, there are natural disasters, but there are man-made disasters as well.
And which one are you? Because you would think, as people living in an area prone to wildfires, we'd get a bit more sympathy from an elf who lives in a hollowed-out tree, but that doesn't fly in Magaland, I guess. Mike Johnson is such a little kiss-ass. I've been trying to figure out who he reminds of. I think it's this guy, the little, yes. There's Donald and Mike. The fact of the matter is, the only man-made part of this disaster is the climate change part of this disaster, which Mike's party pretends does not exist, even though they're having snowball fights on Bourbon Street today. There was snow in Louisiana today. They got 9 inches of snow in Florida today. This hasn't happened in 70 years. A blanket of snow covered the beach, the Florida Panhandle. There was snow from Tallahassee to Pensacola. Children were voluntarily being swallowed by alligators just to stay warm. In Lafayette, Louisiana, the unusually icy roads had drivers and even weather reporters on edge.
John, you know, we've seen our fair share. Look, there's somebody peeling out. Watch out, John. Watch out, John. See, this is something we encourage people not to do. I don't know how cool that guy thinks he is. I wish that Lafayette police officer would roll up on him and shut that down. Hey, man, can you turn your lights on and shut that down? Unbelievable, bro. So that's the kind of stuff we don't love to do, which is why, Acadiana, at times you wonder why we may be standing in certain spots. Just not it, bro. And, you know, John's got a family. I got a family. We're all just trying to do our job, bringing you up to date. That was whack. I know my boy thought he was cool, but I ain't rocking with it. Super lame. Anyway, let me chill out. Boy, I tell you what, John, that got me hot, bro. That got me hot, baby. I wish you would roll back over here, man. We'll show them what's happening. I'm just kidding. Anyway, Acadiana, please be safe.
Can we get a therapist to the corner of Evangeline Thruway and Surrey Street? Because we got a time bomb waiting to blow there. In Philadelphia, it's so cold right now, some of the locals have lost the ability to spell.
Well, listen, we've got to do this. Let me hear you all say, E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
That's how you spell E? That was the mayor of Philadelphia. is the mayor. I've never seen anyone spell a word so wrong in so many different ways. This has to be God punishing us for pulling out of the Paris Climate Accord. It snowed in Georgia, Alabama, it snowed in Texas. Senator Ted Cruz is requesting an extra blanket on his United flight to Cabo as we speak. It did not snow at Mar-a-Lago. That's when hell officially freezes over. But our commander-in-chief meteorologist he's coming here to L.A. on Friday to survey the damage from the fires and also to share his deep understanding of how we could easily get out of this mess.
The sprinklers, there's sprinklers in there like these right here that you see. None of them had any water in them. The sprinklers on the lawn weren't allowed to even be used. So we're demanding that they turn the valve back toward Los Angeles right now. It's not even believable that they haven't done it. Just so you know, they have a valve, and it turns like, think of a sink, but multiply it times many thousands of times the size of it. It's massive. And you turn it back toward Los Angeles. Why are they doing it?
Such a good question. How did we forget about our giant super sink that we could have... Just so you know, we do not have a valve like a sink in Los Angeles that we can turn to shut the fires off. That makes sense. That makes no sense to anyone, including him. But nobody says anything. No one corrects him. The emperor, not only doesn't he have any clothes, he's in the shower waiting for a drip of water to come out.
They wanted to restrict you to 38 gallons of water a day. That sounds like a lot, but it's not when you're a rich person and you like to take a shower.
That's right. Rich people like to shower. The poors prefer to live in filth. That's just how it is. By the way, that was from a press conference about AI and infrastructure. So he's right back where he left off, shooting the breeze with reporters, grabbing everything he can. Trump has reportedly made $6 billion from the new crypto coin he launched 3 days before his inauguration. No one seems to have a problem with this. For all the talk about Hunter and Burisma and the Biden crime family, Trump just made $6 billion out of thin air, and they ask him about it. He just laughs it off.
You launched your crypto coin the other day. Do you intend to continue selling products that benefit yourself personally while you're president?
Well, I don't know if it benefited. I don't know where it is. I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very successful. I haven't checked it. Where is it today?
You made a lot of money, sir.
How much?
Several $1 billion, it seems like, in the last several days.
Several billion? That's peanuts for these guys.
Anyway, I am outraged by the cost of eggs. It's... He doesn't pay any attention to how much money he made. It's just not the kind of person he is. He doesn't care about that stuff. I was reading today that a lot of reporters, even from the so-called liberal news media, are happy that Trump is back because he actually talks to them. You know, Joe Biden rarely looked up from his Malta meal. But now, all of a sudden, the White House is active and full of surprises. Oops, that was Seth Gorka. He wasn't the only one who stumbled onto a hot set. In fact, I believe the president himself, too. Is he on Ozempic? Because he looks great. Meanwhile, the mass deportations Trump promised are underway. Large-scale raids on undocumented immigrants started today, which means Melania is hiding in her bedroom for 2 reasons now. Yesterday, the president signed an order to lift all government DEI requirements and to put all federal employees who are working on DEI-related initiatives on immediate leave. Donald Trump won't be satisfied until his administration is as white as the chiclets his son calls teeth. But he will not tolerate DEI. DUI, fine, but no on the E. It really is so brazen. Trump says the only thing that matters when hiring people are aptitude and qualifications. Now, please confirm this blackout drunk I pulled off Fox News for Secretary of Defense, okay? Turns out drinking on the job might actually be one of the least disqualifying things about Pete Hegseth. According to reports from multiple news outlets, his former sister-in-law alleges that Hegseth's wife was terrified he would abuse her to the point where she and her sister had a code to text each other if her husband became violent, and she feared for her safety. The code was, this man should never be Defense Secretary of the United States. And now, Donald Trump wants them to have the nuclear codes. The Senate's hoping to vote on Hegseth this week. Meanwhile, it was smooth sailing for Marco Rubio, who was confirmed unanimously as Secretary of State. Marco Rubio is the first ever Hispanic Secretary of State and also the first cabinet official small enough to fit inside an actual cabinet. This is mind-boggling. Not only did Trump let all 1,600 of the simpletons who stormed the Capitol off the hook this week, he's currently mulling the idea of hosting them all at the White House. One of the stormtroopers he pardoned was the self-proclaimed QAnon shaman, a guy named Jacob Chansley, who was sentenced to 41 months in prison. Yesterday, he celebrated his pardon on Twitter. He wrote, "I got a pardon, baby. Thank you, President Trump. Now I am going to go buy some mother effing guns. I love this country. God bless America." Mom, can I have some money for guns? I'm starting to think he might not be a real shaman, you know? He's clean-shaven now. He's been dehorned, and for whatever reason, he agreed to sit for an interview yesterday with the BBC.
They imprisoned me for